All right, good evening. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you guys for coming out. Today is Thursday, July 30th. The time is 7 o'clock. We are going to have this special meeting. Can I please get a roll call?
Flores Kale,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina, Zapata, Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, that is 1, 2, 4. I did get a phone call from Councilmember Medina. She is not feeling well and she is asked to be excused. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to excuse Councilmember Medina.
Second.
Hey, I'm sorry. All right, so I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. 5-0, sorry. Also, I would like to let you guys know if you guys would like to speak during citizens' comments. There's a form that you must fill out over there, and then when you're done, you can hand it to Jennifer over here in the peach pink color. And you'll also have an opportunity at the end. So with that, if I could have everybody stand to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. Up next, we have citizens' comments. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning City Council business, and we ask that you please observe the 3-minute time limit. Okay, up first, I have Russell Hunter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Russell Hunter. I want to be very clear. I do support animal services, and I support the need for a proper animal care facility. But Kyle Vista Park is the wrong location. The city's own materials show there are other options. The staff memo says Council can consider continuing a regional partnership, relocating the project to an alternative city site, developing a city-owned standalone facility, or pursuing contracted shelter services without constructing a city-owned facility. That means Kyle Vista is not the only path. In fact, your own presentation lists alternatives to Kyle Vista, including alternative city sites and smaller city-owned standalone facility. So the question tonight should not be how to force this project into Kyle Vista Park. The question should be where an animal care facility actually makes sense. One location that deserves serious evaluation is the area near the Paw Shelter of Central Texas, located on FM 150. Near existing city utility and public works operations, that area already has animal welfare history, public service infrastructure nearby, and appears far more compatible than taking land long represented as Kyle Vista Park. If the city wants an animal care facility, then build it in a place suited for that use. Work with existing animal welfare partners, evaluate land near existing city operations, but do not place it on parkland burdened by parkland history, deed restrictions, Chapter 26 concerns, and city charter limitations. Please separate the animal shelter need from Kyle Vista Park. Support the shelter, protect the park.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, I have Robert Hunter.
Good evening. Before I read my statement, I just want to say thank you all for your service, because I know most, if not all of you, have day jobs outside of this job. So I know that's not easy, and I want to thank you for your service on that. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Hunter, and I am asking Council to protect Kyle Vista Park once and for all. I'm not here tonight to speculate. I'm asking you to rely on the city's own report and presentation. The staff memo says that Kyle Vista was acquired through a combination of property purchases and parkland dedicated agreements. The city's own presentation says the 13.220 acre tract was dedicated to the city under a development agreement that says, it says that agreement referred to the property as parkland and that the dedication satisfied parkland development fees. The presentation also says that all 3 parcels contain deed restrictions, including no commercial operations and restrictions involving animals kept in numbers or manner that create a nuisance. The city's own presentation then identifies Chapter 26 requirements and the city charter limitations involving parkland, including limits on sale or lease of city parks. So the issue is not complicated. The city's own documents point in the same direction. This land was treated, described, dedicated, and relied upon as parkland. Kyle Vista should be used for park and recreation purposes, not a county campus, not an animal control facility, not a workaround, not a negotiated exception. Please give clear direction tonight. Protect Kyle Vista Park permanently, remove it from consideration for non-park uses, and bring back whatever resolution is necessary to finally put this issue to rest. Residents should not have to keep defending a park from their own government, wasting time, money, and resources in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Kushi Patel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kushi Patel, and I live in Six Creeks. I know everyone's schedule is busy, and I appreciate the time you give us. I'm just asking for some clear transparency regarding the Six Creeks Development Agreement. This entire water situation has been going on for almost a year now. Since the Six Creeks Development Agreement has been discussed in executive sessions, we would really appreciate it if you all could bring those details out in the open for the public to see, so we finally know what changes are being made for our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, I have Kat Brown.
Hello, and thank you for your service, all of you guys. My name is Catherine Brown, and I live in San Marcos, Texas, and the Kyle ETJ. I would like to comment on item 6, specifically planned bridges and roadways that would cross the Blanco River from Kyle towards San Marcos, as well as the proposed roads connecting Kyle to Limekiln and Hilliard's roads. I'm strongly against these roads. The proposed roadways would lead to the harm of a very sensitive recharge zone of the Edwards Aquifer and utterly destroy the way of our life on this side of the Blanco. The region which both San Marcos and Kyle, agree should be protected and saved for agriculture and green space would be greatly endangered by the growth and development, which is exactly what these roads would bring. Kyle has already entertained and made plans for massive development of the McCoy and the Nance ranches years ago. Thankfully, Kyle's current plan has discouraged the development of these areas at this time, but would act on roadways once utilities were more furtherly developed. Both ranches have been on proposed build of high-density master plan communities that would absolutely strain already scarce resources for humans and wildlife alike in these areas, as well as cost the city of Kyle a lot of financial burdens. These roads will only help serve one side and destroy another. These roads will bring light and noise pollution. They will bring larger traffic on an already weak and vulnerable road system, and they will have more risk of accidents and crime. The construction will displace wildlife and ruin the peace of the hill country that we fought so hard to be a part of. I am a fourth-generation San Martian, and I have worked hard my entire life to protect my family's land and use it sustainably. We are very proud Texans and lovers of the hill country and all natural areas. To ruin this part of the hill country with a housing development would be a great loss to both good cities and to the state. Kyle already has Post Road into San Marcos and a beautiful new bridge at Yerington. Thank you for doing that. It has great access to 35. The lack of roadways is what has protected this agricultural and environmentally sensitive lands for generations. Please keep it that way. We do not need housing. We need the hill country safe and a space for agriculture. Kyle has not once asked or surveyed us on our side before they chose to buy up lands and make plans for our area. So I greatly appreciate this council for allowing all of us to speak tonight and with respect. We ask again, please do not consider roads that would cross the Blanco River. Please do not consider roads that would connect Limekiln or Hilliard. Thank you for your time and your service.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Kirsten Bjornson.
Hi. My name's Kirsten Bjornson, and I live in San Marcos, and I'm also in the Kyle ETJ. I've lived in Hays County nearly my entire life, which means I've seen a massive amount of change and growth and development over the years, both good and bad. Which brings me to my concern for today. I want to comment also on item number 6 and specifically express that I am against the planned roadways that would cross the Blanco River from Kyle towards San Marcos, as well as the proposed roads connecting Kyle to Limekiln and Hilliard roads due to the negative impacts it will have on our surrounding environment and on our way of life. As a property owner on the San Marcos side of the Blanco River, I am concerned that the planned roads across the Blanco will encourage development that will directly affect the sensitive recharge zone over the Edwards Aquifer and will also affect our way of life through increased traffic, light pollution, noise pollution, and also push displaced wildlife into our area. I know that once these roads are built, there are plans for developing the area adjacent to us, the Nance and McCoy ranches, with high-density master plan communities which would completely alter the hill country area we live in today. I propose that Kyle keep these roadways off the map and encourage development in other less environmentally sensitive areas and also encourage more responsible and sustainable growth. At a time where natural resources are becoming more and more scarce, we need to be protecting what little we have left of the hill country rather than paving the way, literally, for its destruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Liz Sumner Grohidos. If you would tell me your last name just so I know who you are and I know your first two names.
That works just fine. I'm Liz Sumter Gaidos, former Hays County judge, currently running for the same position. I firmly believe that Hays County Animal Services belong with Hays County. It is a county-wide issue. It is their responsibility, and it's time they step up and fulfill their responsibilities. I don't think that the ILA agreement is in the best interest of Kyle or its citizens. It won't be a cost-effective use of tax dollars. It won't result in the best outcome for animals across the county. And it results in double taxation of Kyle's citizens. That is unfair. They shouldn't have to pay twice as much for the services that everyone outside the city will only have to pay once for. But in the meantime, we also know that a facility, whether it be built by the county or built by Kyle, is probably 2 years out. And our animals need help now. So we really can't wait. So let me propose an interim plan for the next 2 years. The first thing I think Kyle should be doing is a mass spay and neuter program, as many of them as you can possibly do to reduce the number of animals going in to those facilities. The second thing would be a marketing program, a really good outreach marketing program to get the animals in the San Marcos Regional Shelter adopted, and a program that reaches far beyond the county lines, maybe even the state lines. The more that we can reduce their overburdening in San Marcos, the better off we're going to be. And having those two programs in place is going to help whoever builds a shelter in the future. So let me respectfully request a couple of things. There's an election coming up in less than 90 days, and we all know elections have consequences. I would suggest that you use the interim plan. I would respectfully request that you would terminate the ILA agreement with Hays County because it's not a good agreement for the citizens of Kyle. And that in worst case scenario, you would have to build your own shelter if the election didn't come out the way that we hope that it will. And if it does, then you won't be burdened with this. I want to thank you guys. You guys are facing some very serious, difficult issues in the next few weeks. I don't envy your position, but this one doesn't have to be a difficult one. This one doesn't have to be your burden, and I hope that you'll consider that it shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have one, but it's marked for during the item. So I don't know if Mr. Attorney, it's Bobby Levinsky. Attorney, do you want to wait until the item or would you like to speak now? Okay, you can do either one.
Hello, my name is Bobby Levinsky. I live in San Marcos, and I'm an attorney with Save Our Springs Alliance. I've come to ask you to consider the removal of the new bridge that would span across the Blanco River from the transportation plan. It's an area of Kyle where the expansion of infrastructure and development could act as a significant catalyst for growth. As I am sure you are aware, much of that area of town is over the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone, and it is within the restricted growth sector of your comprehensive plan. I want to echo the comments that you heard earlier from Kat that this is a decision that matters to both San Marcos and Kyle. The protection of the Blanco River is a shared responsibility. Construction runoff and everyday bridge traffic would send pollution directly into the river, threatening water quality, wildlife habitat, and the local communities that depend on the Blanco for drinking water, recreation, and quality of life. Development over the recharge zone threatens our groundwater and carries long-term risk from oils, heavy metals, trash, plastics, and other pollutants. The transportation plan is an opportunity to direct infrastructure investments towards areas that are well suited for growth and could help meet Kyle's sustainability goals. A new bridge across the river, the Blanco, would undermine that approach and create development pressures from sprawling development where water and environmental protections are the hardest to meet and the most expensive to provide. So I would just ask you to please reconsider the bridge and the plan and work with us. I think that there's a solution here that works if we just work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Ellen Ermis.
My name is Ellen Ermis, and I'm a resident of Kyle. I thank you all for your service. I represent both the Parks and Recreation Department Advisory Board and the Kyle Area Senior Zone. I want to talk about the Krug building and also the new Kyle Community Center. We're excited. Betty and I went on a tour today, and it's a beautiful building. So thank you to all of you for making this happen. We look forward to moving maybe in 6 weeks. We still don't have a definite date. I want to talk about our home for the past 20 years, the Krug building. I hear from Parks and Rec that either it will be closed for remodeling or it will be closed except for rentals. And it has so much potential. It's a beautiful building. Our Parks and Rec Advisory Board needs a place where they can display their crafts and arts. And if that building were opened, the restrooms, we have always been told were not adequate, but we've never had a problem, and we got a second opinion, and they're saying there's no plumbing problem with those restrooms. And I understand that the $1 million restrooms are still pending Historical Commission approval. So I just want to put it out there that there is another option, and we would hate to see that building abandoned and only used for rentals. After COVID, we had a lot of problems with rodents, and it's just not good for a building to be closed up most of the time. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Lauren Fourier, PS.
Hi there. My name is Lauren Foy. I am the Executive Director of Prevent-A-Litter, the only free and low-cost vet services in the county. And I just wanted to tell Mr. Tobias that I was really glad that you read those emails at the last meeting that we discussed that showed your commitment 2 years ago for the deadline of needing this shelter. That meant a lot to know that you're probably one of the few people that has understood that this is something that's been needing to happen for a while and you've been paying attention. So I want to appreciate that. And I also wanted to say that I want to acknowledge your passion for the parkland. That was really nice to hear how much you actually knew the history and cared about it. And I understand that it's not an ideal situation for everyone. I'm just hoping there might be some middle ground. So I'm going to say, put your imaginary hat on. Here are a few things to consider. Imagine if community members could check out a shelter dog and walk them through the city park that you guys can design. In regards to being too close to schools, think of it as an opportunity to educate children on pet responsible ownership and teach compassion. There are endless programs for children to engage, like reading to shelter animals, and it's important to keep the shelter close to the community for a robust volunteer program and easy access to resources. Having a Kyle shelter next to the parkland can give momentum for developing the rest of the property into a park, as it hasn't been touched in 20 years. So maybe this can actually reinvigorate the community to invest more into that property, because it's a very small part of the whole thing, just throwing out there. I also wanted to say that the mayor and Mr. Tobias, stated publicly this week that the Kyle Animal Shelter is a priority, and they are committed to making sure that it's not this or that. So I respect that, and I'm grateful that that's still something that y'all are wanting to move forward with. I'm concerned about the budget. That was a little shocking. And so my question is, how can you guys figure out to move this forward? And this is where I'm going to say, I got to read fast. There's an imperative reason why the partnership with Buda and Hays County, because it's the shared responsibilities. And we need to do it right now, not Band-Aid it. Why the city of Kyle should lead the shelter. As the county's leading professional animal resource director, I'm in the front seat of what the animals need in this county, and I have been impressed with the city of Kyle. You have a municipality that has 7 days a week coverage and for animal control, and it has been for the last 10 years. The leadership of Rihanna Geddes is the integral part of the design of Ryan Jackson, and the new Kyle Animal Center has all the things that the public were requesting. They are going to be a part of it. If you partner with the county and Beauty, you will get all the things you need. Just saying, it's best for Kyle to run it. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, next we have Linda Green. Linda Green.
I don't have a prepared speech. Okay, my name is Linda Green. I'm 77 years old, and I moved to Colorado in my 20s, and I was so fortunate to be able to attend some of the first Earth Days, and I was highly influenced by this book that some of my similar people of age might have read. It's called Small is Beautiful, Economics as if People Mattered. And all these issues that are coming up tonight.
Ma'am, I need you to address us, please.
Matter. So,
thank you.
And the other day I Googled or asked AI, how fast is the Earth rotating? And you can double check this, correct me if I'm wrong, but Earth rotates on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. It orbits the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, and where Earth is zooming through the galaxy at 480,000 miles per hour. And yet we don't feel it. You'll have to ask NASA why that's the case. But I'm here about AI as well. And on the ABC News tonight, they reported there was a cyber attack on 30 water facilities hacked in Minnesota. The hackers suspected were from Iran, and they were just there to disrupt the service. And a lot of the issues here about water. And back in November 10th of last year, you guys voted to allow Axon come here and get, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, about $750 million over the next 10 years so Axon could set up a data center. And I think all these people should have been able to vote on that issue. Axon was going to make a presentation that night, but instead, while it was Agenda 32 and it was at 10:30 at night, the police chief gave the only presentation, and Axon did not do their presentation as was reported in the agenda. And Axon is going to work with people's doorbell cameras. They're for the so-called security of our city. You know, maybe it has to do with drones, but our own finance committee doesn't remember how much money we pledged, but it's about $750 million for the next 10 years to help them create a data center in this town that's going to use our water. And I think you should act and reconsider that vote that you took, because I believe only Claudia Zapata voted against that, and she's not here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm half tempted to do a statement of fact. I don't think we ever voted on a data center.
On November 10th, can somebody tell me what happened? Because I was here and they said it went through.
Okay, if you want to reach out to us, I can follow up. If someone could provide emails, even to all of us, we would be glad to respond.
Contract with Axon, AXON.
I don't know if we have a contact with Axon. Okay, yeah. No, we were just talking about data centers. I was just doing a statement of fact for data centers.
That's why we're building a data center so Axon can have their program. I attended the city council meeting.
Okay. All right. Well, up next we have Allison Baucom.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you all for your time tonight. I'm Allie Baucom, and I'm here about item 6. And I'm asking y'all to reconsider the proposed roadway network in West Kyle, specifically the new widened arterials shown on the thoroughfare plan, as well as the old Stagecoach Road and the Opal Lane widenings. My concern is that the plan is not responding to growth, but that it's creating infrastructure that will ultimately determine where and how intensely Kyle develops. Extending major roads into currently less developed areas will open those areas to denser development, and with that is going to come significant consequences with flooding, aquifer recharge, as well as our water quality. West Kyle being really environmentally sensitive, you know, the water planning really needs to be a primary consideration there. More roads and development mean that we have more impervious cover, and with that cover we get increases in stormwater runoff, increases in erosion and sedimentation in our waterways, and then there's reductions in our landscape's natural ability to filter and absorb water. And when we have these issues, those impacts are really ultimately affecting our creeks, the Blanca River, and our aquifer. So really, when it comes down to it, transportation planning is water planning, and I don't believe that the mobility plan is adequately accounting for that relationship when we decide which Western Road projects that we should be pushing forward. So I'm asking y'all to deprioritize the old Stagecoach Road widening and the Opal Lane widenings, and to reevaluate the proposed West Kyle arterial network using water impacts as a core focus and not just traffic projections. I also asked to reconsider who should pay for infrastructure created by new development. Developers really need to be forward-thinking when they build communities in Kyle here for us. And our taxpayers really shouldn't be expected to subsidize infrastructure that makes private development possible. And so, for example, if the Cypress Creek Sidewalk project, if that is something that's needed to serve Six Creeks, then Six Creeks developers should be paying their fair share of that and not just passing the buck to us residents. Echoing Kat and Bobby, please remove the proposed Blanco River Bridge from the mobility plan. And lastly, when we move forward with the shared use path projects, especially along like Jack C. Hayes, please proactively engage with the Texas Master Naturalist chapters locally and use their support for consultation and volunteer labor so we can reduce degradation of the habitat when we do make the paths and engage them in native plant rescue and seed collection before all that work. So thank you so much. You know, Kyle has an opportunity to plan for growth without sacrificing the resources here that really make this community worth living in. So thank you very much for your consideration. Have a nice night.
Thank you. Okay. Up next, I have Victor Allen. Victor Allen? You used your whole name.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I wanted to address some items of concern regarding water rates, Six Creeks, and the ETJ. It seems that the city is at a juncture regarding water billing, cost of service, and profitability. Not long ago, 2 of the 6 sitting council members voted to increase city water rates to jack up outside city customers by over 77%. As you can see by the current budget and expense numbers, those estimates and projections given to you by Raftellus were wildly miscalculated. As I have said before to this council, it appears that Raftellus was given the dollar amount that they needed to fit the increase to match the solution. Those numbers were then presented to you. I have no doubt that there is a water rate analyst here, so trying to refute the projections are pretty much an exercise in futility. You believe the study. Today's budget and expense ledgers suggest otherwise. So much to the point that in the event that these extreme profit numbers make it to the Public Utility Commission, the city would most likely be on the hook, not just to correct the rates, but to refund the excess. My estimate is close to $10 million plus legal fees. However, what is most upsetting is the way the city went about the rate increase. As I've said before, in order to orchestrate a water rate increase that is non-refutable by the Utility Commission, there needs to be a rate study. Raftellus to the rescue. Check. The next obstacle was to find a creative idea in the Six Creeks Development Agreement that contests both the in-city status of the water rates while making modifications to the contract. Check. With those 2 points accomplished, the city was then able to bulldoze exorbitant water rates willy-nilly down the residents' throats. My question to the 2 city council members sitting here tonight is that endorsed the vote for this charade is that which one of you has asked for all the documents between the city and the developer? Which one of you has asked why, after 8 years running and 5 PID bond issuances, was Six Creeks development suddenly became a problem? Which one of you have questioned why Amy sent my original request for development water usage data to Ken Paxton's office as a way to delay the information, but currently has become an expert in contract law? It's time the truth came out. Do you, Laura Lee Harris and Mark McKinney, really want to know the truth? You decide. The tide came in, and now it's going out. How many of you are going to be swimming naked? That's up for you to decide. You voted to increase the water rates needlessly. Are you ready to fix that mistake? And are you ready to do right by the voters? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Up next, I have Kate Shaw.
Hello, Council. Hi, my name is Kate Shaw, and I'd like to comment on item number 4. I'm a resident of San Marcos, but I'm a longtime volunteer and animal advocate in Hays County. I'm a founding member of the Hays County Animal Advocates. I also sit on the Animal Services Advisory Committee in San Marcos. Have seen a lot of changes over the years here in our county, of course. But tonight I wanted to urge the city of Kyle to move forward on the Animal Care Center, especially looking at a partnership with Hays County and Buda, as I think this has the best potential for success. This type of pay-to-play shelter model has long worked for the San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter, and I think it's one you guys can replicate with ease. The 2025 feasibility study provides a clear blueprint for developing the shelter, and Kyle ACO Brianna Geddes has done an amazing job in collecting and integrating community needs in the shelter design. You have support from county commissioners to move forward, just noting Walt Smith's showing up at the July 7th meeting and stating so. I can see that the parkland is probably off the table, but I hope you'll consider the Kyle recreational fields as an option, or another location that's central to the community, one that provides the type of community engagement and enrichment it needs to thrive. Please don't cite the animal shelter somewhere away from residents with few amenities. And on behalf of the animals, I urge you all to move forward with urgency.
Thank you. Okay, up next I know the last name is Orgish, but it's Julie, but it doesn't say Julie. So when she comes up, Julianne. Okay, I thought that was an S. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Julie Orgish. I am a resident and I'm the Vice Chair for the Kyle Housing Authority. I came here to talk on items 3 and 4. First, I'd like to recognize and thank Rosie, Jennifer, and Haka for the guidance they provided as the Kyle Housing Authority worked to get organized. I also want to thank Katie Armstrong and Viana Garza for their partnership and willingness to help us through the process. Their support has made a real difference, and I appreciate the time and expertise they've shared with their community. And I'd just like to note, I know the item for number 3 is to get executive management because we are relying on the city, but potentially we would be there if Jennifer and Rosie weren't abruptly let go. Secondly, I'd like to briefly speak in support of a community animal shelter. I'm originally from Wisconsin, and when I moved here, I was struck by the number of stray animals, specifically dead animals on the side of the road. I've never seen anything like that. And the daily posts for families trying to rehome their pets. My partner and I have even rescued a dog that was dumped on Bunton Lane. We named him Rocket, and today he's in a loving home. And specifically for the Bunton Creek area, we would stop walking our dogs because there was already a dumping issue and loose dogs, so it's not already safe there, and I'm concerned with not having a place for dogs. It'll get more unsafe. For me, this is about the kind of city we want to be. A community shelter provides a humane option for families, helps reduce stray populations, and supports public safety. As Kyle continues to grow, I hope we continue investing in solutions that reflect the values of a compassionate and responsible community. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Up next, I have Larry Golick.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Larry Golick. I'm a City of Kyle ratepayer. We're still here, and we're still demanding a fix to the water and wastewater rates. Last year, my average bill was about $240 a month. This year, my average bill is $420 a month. This year, for the same average usage, I will pay an extra $1,800. That's not a water hike. That's a tax. That's the result of 77%. It's too damn high. The urgency for the rate hike was manufactured. Last year, the council and the water FAQ, you can go look it up right now, said these projects couldn't be deferred, and the increase was needed immediately. This year's coming budget proves that wasn't true. No rate increase is being proposed for next year for anyone, inside or outside the city. That's wonderful news. I addressed this council on September 16th last year, asking for a phased approach to be taken. It fell on deaf ears, for the exception of one. Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, sir, I thank you for your ability to see how the rate increase would affect the City of Kyle ratepayers. This was a payment in lieu of taxes scheme, not a utility cost of service adjustment. The average outside city ratepayer went from roughly $140 a month to roughly $243 a month, $1,200 a year for the average user. And the city's own numbers show no cost justification. We paid for a shortfall that didn't exist. While I have you, what's the status of the Six Creeks development agreement? It's been discussed in executive session, I understand. I'm asking directly, has anything changed or been clarified? The public deserves to see it. Some of you have said that you can't discuss outside city rates because the city's being sued. That's not accurate. This is a PUC rate appeal, a regulatory proceeding. The PUC can only affirm or correct the rate. It doesn't award damages. A lawsuit, though, if one is filed, won't be bound by the PUC limits, and the city will be at risk of far more than a rate adjustment. Last thing, this city was mismanaged. Last year's budget ballooned to $603 million, an unsustainable, deficit-heavy plan built on the backs of Kyle's taxpayers and ratepayers. Some members of this council who voted for it are still here, and the voters will remember in November. The architects of the plan have moved on. I liken it to the lights have been flipped on and the cockroaches have scattered. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Carol Dogans.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carol Dogans, and you said my name right.
When you said it, I was like,
yes. I live in the Cal TJ area. I cannot believe we are still here trying to convince the council that these outrageous water rates cannot continue. My last 2 water bills recently were just shy of $400 for a household of 3. This is not sustainable. Families should not have to rearrange their lives around a water bill. Because of these rates, we think twice about watering our lawns, running the appliances, doing laundry, and hosting family and friends. Meanwhile, many of us are required by the HOAs to maintain our lawns. Yet your rate structure punishes us for using the water needed to do so. This is not about conservation or excessive use. It is about a rate structure that is disconnected from the reality of everyday life. I strongly urge each of you to reduce the current water rates and reject any possible increase in the future and reevaluate this rate structure before more families are punished beyond what they can afford. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Betty Conley.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City staff. My name is Betty Conley, and I'm a resident of Kyle. Before I start, I need to tell you how grateful I am for everybody, even the people behind me. I had a seizure at the last City Council meeting outside, and my daughter was overwhelmed with all the help. Of course, I don't know anything. I'm out there on the floor. But from what I've been told, this community came together. You talk about being there for each other. It happened that night. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, each and every one of you. Now, to go on for agenda item 2. Again, I want to thank City Council. I want to thank Mr. Tobias for the building that you found for us. I want to thank Laura Lee for the grant that you got for our Senior Activity Center. I want to thank Yvonne and Courtney and Mark for supporting seniors and looking at us not just as old people, as the past mayor did in the City Council, and that we are not at the bottom of the totem pole, as stated by the mayor of the last council, that we are actually thriving seniors who have a right to thrive in this city and belong part of this community. And I want to thank especially Jesse for helping us with this partnership. It's been over a year and it has been something. But anyway, I want to just tell you how happy I am. I went in with Ellen to look at the building, and I was just ecstatic. I was going crazy in that commercial kitchen. I was just like, I just went nuts. And thinking of all the hundreds of people we can feed. And Laura Lee, you know how those lunches are. I mean, we're always sold out now and running out, and I just, you hate to say no. So I think I can feed 300 if we open all the doors. So I'm ecstatic from 90 to 300. It's going to be really something. So thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
All right, thank you. That was the last form I had. Would anybody else like to come up and speak before I close? Come on up. Thank you. All right, I have Greg Hurst.
I'm Greg Hurst. We live in Buda. My late mother is Adele Hurst. Back in the early 2000s, they, after a long Air Force career, my parents moved to Kyle, built their little dream house for retirement at Sledge and on Sledge Fleet. We were told that you're considering naming the new Kaz Community Center after her. I just wanted you to know a little bit about her. Whenever she came here, like she did in every place she ever lived, she joined the community and volunteered and did everything she could to make them better. She asked one day, where are all the seniors citizens going to recreate and gather and everything? And they said, well, there's the old city hall that is not used, it's run down and everything, but they play cards there sometimes. She said, let me go look at it. She did, and she says, this will not do. So she got with the council, the mayor, for several years and started fundraising to rehabilitate the building. She did that by crossing all boundaries, political boundaries, everything, rich, poor. She gathered support from everybody and got it done. And everybody, including Betty, has taken on what she started many years ago. So as another note, she also was instrumental in getting the new Kyle Library off the ground and going, and her name's on the plaque over there too. So the family, there's 6 of us surviving kids within 50 miles of here, we would be thrilled to see her name on the new building for Kaz. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any more forms. Would anybody like to come and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close citizens' comments. Up next, we have consider and possible action. Agenda item 1. Is this on? Can you guys hear me? No, I think there's something wrong with the speakers. Luckily, I'm really loud. So, up first, we have receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding the peer cities for the city of Kyle. Item presenter, Julie Beggs.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
It's going in and out.
Is it going in? It's green.
Mine's green too, but I don't know for some reason.
Can you hear me? Talk loud.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh yeah, that's true. They can't hear you on TV. And we.
Oh, okay, so the recording's solid. I'll talk loud. They record, that's good. Good evening. Yes, I'm here to discuss with the council our peer cities. My name is Julie Beggs, and I serve as the Director of Human Resources and Civil Service. A little history before we begin. In June of 2024, 10 cities were identified to be considered as peer cities to Kyle. And last month at the June 16th meeting, this council directed staff to review that and discuss it, and did so without any restrictions or limitations. So we did not put any on ourselves. We created an internal working group. Mr. Mohit thought that our economic development, our communications, and myself would serve well because we look at these things quite a bit and from different perspectives. And we wanted to assess all the communities around us, those that are growing, those that are larger than us, those that are smaller than us, and those that often compare us to them. So these are the 20 cities that we started with for this assessment. Again, we did not want to restrict ourselves or limit ourselves. As we went through this process, we wanted to make sure, again, we had a lens from our own unique areas. And what we found were that most of the cities that we looked at, there was 3 major categories, if you will. Major metro areas, Austin and San Antonio were the primary cities there. We had large and high growth suburbs. And along the I-35 corridor, we saw that exceptionally over and over. And then we had small towns that were having rural growth. And some of those were very small, and we didn't feel like they were very comparable in some of the situations that our city is facing with regard to recruitment, infrastructure, water, and transportation. And so the bottom line we saw come through that really evolved through this exercise, the suburban-driven expansion is really what's booming. It's not the core city growth. Wealth is concentrated in the western and northern suburbs around these larger cities, and growth pressures are strong in our mid-sized cities where staffing and infrastructure are lagging behind. So then we wanted to know, well, where do all of us live? And this might surprise a few people, because a few people were surprised internally. 43% of our workforce live in Kyle. San Marcos is closely second to 15%, or not closely second, but comes in second. 15 is not close. Followed by Buda and then New Braunfels. Austin is actually not in the top 3, and I think a lot of people have that impression when they talk about Kyle. But the other thing that we found was unique, and there's been a lot of discussion about comparing ourselves to northern or eastern cities. We have at least 34 unique cities that make up where our workforce lives, representing almost 20%. So we have people who live as far as Fredericksburg, Hutto, Leander, Maxwell, Seguin, Buda. We have this whole area kind of campus, and that's about 18% of our employee base. Initially, we came to our internal department directors and shared our information and wanted to get their feedback. We wanted to make sure there wasn't something that we missed or something that we were not being inclusive about. The recommendation that you'll hear from us tonight is that 10 cities were probably too many to have comparables. And we've learned that Texas Municipal League, they use 4 other cities when comparing Kyle. Why is that important? That's important because when we look at metrics dealing with accidents, liability, risk, workers' comp, they can pull that data immediately and let us know how we're comparing with the cities that they use for us. And that also helps, of course, when we talk about performance and liability. So we decided to break this down into 3 lenses. After we got the 20 cities, instead of all of us working at all of it, Allison looked at things from an organizational, financial, and operational analysis. I looked at it from a recruitment, for how are we retaining talent, how are we getting talent, and how do we compare with our compensation and benefits. And Victoria looked at business attraction and investment, economic development. What are we doing? Where are we seeing people come here? Are we losing business opportunities to other cities around us? So for employee impact, what you will find interesting, and you'll hear me on repeat, although we separated and looked through our own lens, this list came back it's identical for different reasons. When we look at employee retention and recruitment especially, these are the towns that we're competing for jobs against. We do have people who are from Georgetown and Leander who come here and want to work here, especially on infrastructure processes and projects. But New Braunfels and San Marcos, we have a lot of people who come to Kyle to work. And also, Pflugerville, New Braunfels, San Marcos, Leander, Georgetown often try to steal our talent or try to poach from what we've got on staff. So, in terms of number of employees, the compensation, our benefits, organizational complexity, and staffing ratios, we're recommending for employee impacts, Georgetown, Leander, New Braunfels, Pflugerville, and San Marcos. When we think about finance, operations, based on data and looking at population, general funds, the operating budgets, growth, infrastructure, and the capital improvement, Georgetown, Leander, New Braunfels, Pflugerville, San Marcos are all very similar to what we are experiencing as an organization. They tie very closely with Kyle, especially when we look at the growth pressure, the infrastructure needed, the budgets, and the service delivery expectations of the communities that we serve. And then business investment. So what are attracting businesses to Kyle, and how does that compare with other cities in the region? And based on those growth patterns and competition for those businesses, Georgetown, Leander, New Braunfels, Pflugerville, and San Marcos are recommended when we look at a business investment strategy. We compete with these cities for manufacturing, for corporate investment, healthcare, mixed-use development, retail, restaurants, and workforce talent. We wanted to provide also in the backup that everyone has seen is available online, just a few facts and demographics about each of these towns so that we can compare them side by side to include the population, the median household income, what makes it unique. You'll see that most are on this hyper-growth corridor. We're having fast population. You'll see the approved FTEs for the budgets that are available online, and also the estimated budget for Kyle, Georgetown, Leander. We also joke that we like water towers. Again, hyper-growth corridor, fast population, desirable location for families. New Braunfels, median household income is reflected. Again, fast population, competitive employer for us. We do fight back and forth with them to retain and recruit talent. And again, rapid growth on the I-35 corridor. And then Pflugerville and San Marcos. San Marcos, it skewed a little bit on the median household income, and that's because the college population there. So I just want to note that for full transparency when we're talking about these numbers. So tonight we're coming to you to share the recommended cities, Georgetown, Leander, New Braunfels, Pflugerville, and San Marcos. Again, recommended because of the compensation studies and staffing comparison that we saw across these cities with Kyle, financial benchmarking and budget analysis, organizational assessments, and then business investment and attraction to our city. But we also want to make sure that we hear your voice. So are there other cities maybe that you would like to see added on? We are not definitive to have to stay at 5. We can add as many cities as we want. We would not recommend 10, but we certainly don't want to leave a city off if this council has a desire to make sure that we are continually remaining competitive with our neighbor. And the ones that came up in the directors were Buda, Austin, maybe Round Rock. So that's why those are listed there. We certainly could also entertain the idea that maybe we use Georgetown, Leander, New Braunfels, Pflugerville, and San Marcos as our primaries, but maybe we create a second set. So if there's specialized projects or there's identified retail or business investment that we're looking at, that we want to pull from that second list as well. So both of those options exist. We did place this on the agenda for action next week, but again, we are here to receive direction from you and let us know your feedback.
All right, questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Okay, I'm not going to jinx anymore because I always tease Mark about the time, and I also sent an email about the microphones, remember? Yeah, but they seem to be having issues. I can remember when, maybe you were there, Mayor, when we went to TML. Wasn't New Braunfels similar to where we were as far as the growth? Were we like number 7, and when they were number 3 as far as everything that we're stating here? But there were some other cities like outside Houston that were kind of in the same area on their end. So are we just looking at trying to compare ourselves with the type of businesses and manufacturing and ideas that's within this region? Is that kind of what we're looking at, the scope for the next 5 to 10 years, if that's what we're seeing?
Yes, thank you. We looked in this region about the businesses who want to come into Central Texas, which is why we expanded the initial list out a little bit further. I would have to defer to Victoria to know if we have many businesses that are looking at us and Houston or Dallas as comparable cities for investment. From a recruitment and a retention standpoint, this region is usually where we either gain applicants who want to come work for Kyle because they're within an easy driving distance to them, defined by them, or they jump to another city around us.
Okay, because I remember when we were having our groundbreaking with NewQuest, I spoke to one of the developers there saying how there are actually businesses that are interested in coming here. They're actually from out of state because they're like a lot of these companies and retail stores and restaurants, they're looking into coming into the Texas market, but they're also shopping around. Like Central Texas is a big boom right now, obviously, right, with the growth. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise. Hutto is going to be having growth issues as well, Elgin and Maynard and so forth like that. But I think what benefits us is we're on this corridor of IH-35. So, and also, what are we looking at as far as job sectors? I mean, because I know like Tesla's expanding, you have Google, and you have all these high-tech companies still in Austin. Has any of them started to reach out to say, we want to maybe expand closer to more south to where we can reach the Texas State, San Antonio area? You know, because that way they're expanding out Austin. Have we heard anything from that sector as well?
Victoria Vargas, Director of Economic Development. We have, so you had several questions in there, and so I would say that from my experience, we compete with jobs that are outside of Central Texas for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Their suburbs are booming. You have Arlington, you have Frisco, Plano, Mansfield. All of those are cities that we compete with for industry. The industries that we are looking at right now that have risen very quickly in interest in our area is aerospace, defense, and I don't see as much of the suppliers for Tesla and Samsung looking this way just yet. I think those are focusing a little bit closer to the northern cities.
Okay.
But we have been working very hard with our regional partners south here in Hayes and Caldwell to recruit aerospace and defense. Medical as well, healthcare with our new hospital, the potential new hospital that's coming, the new ACC campus that will be focused on healthcare. So those are the industries that we are looking at the moment.
Yeah, I did remember years ago that at Austin Community College on the Riverside campus, that was a nursing facility building that they were looking at. And they were also like wanting to expand, I remember, to our hospital to kind of partner up with Seton Hayes at one time. And then that's when they got the programs going at the Hayes ISD for Lehman and Hayes for the nursing schools for kids to get their actual certificates to where they could start nursing programs. So I guess it's still on track. I guess with the new hospitals that's coming that we might have some additional maybe medical facilities that could be in this area.
Absolutely. We've been trying to make those connections in connecting the existing hospital, our new hospital, and also the Austin Community College with the school district. So there's a lot of workforce initiatives going on in the region. That hospital and ACC not only benefit Kyle, it is the Hayes campus. So it benefits Buda, it benefits San Marcos. So we've all been having conversations to make sure that also the students are ready when they are in high school for these jobs of the future.
Yep. The more educated the community is, the more businesses want to come and snatch them up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other comments? Councilmember McKinney?
Just like to say that I think these are probably a good core five to base off of, and I could definitely see potential for some flexibility as needed to pull from a secondary pool.
I think just based on what we're analyzing, we can do that. But it was just, it's so, I mean, I guess not surprising, but when we just nailed it and all came up with the same five, we were kind of surprised and said, well, I guess these are it. So that should give you some good feeling that we did our homework and that, you know, we can move forward with using these, at least for now. And then if we need to add more, we can. On my list, I had for secondary cities, Buda, Cedar Park, Hutto, and maybe the Schertz and Cibolo area as well. So depending on what I'm doing and recruiting, I could look at these cities as well.
I can see that being useful, absolutely.
Excuse me?
I can absolutely see that being useful.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I just want to be quick about my comments because I think we're doing well on time. But I'm going to say I agree with all five of these. And I really think when it comes to things like business investments and organizational assessments, Kyle just needs to build its own identity. And the idea I think that we've had for so long is to be like Peachtree or to be like Carmel or to be like some other city. But in the end, I mean, I like the idea of Buda's small business, but I would like Kyle to have its own kind of identity. And I mean, we've seen that even though Buda has these great small businesses, they also have these businesses that may not always succeed. And so instead of just looking towards other cities, kind of developing our own core kind of business investments and economic development. And I don't mind looking at the 5 for employment because I think that's going to be important. But as far as everything else, I'd really like Kyle to try to kind of stand on its own and just see what that would look like. Okay. Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to agenda item 2. Do you need any other? You guys are good with the direction?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, up next, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding a facility use agreement with the Kyle Area Senior Zone, CAS, for the utilization of the building located at 1500 Daisy Lane. Item presenter, Jesse Elizondo.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure tonight to present to you all this facility use agreement with the Kyle Area Senior Zone, also known as CAS, at 1500 Daisy Lane. And get your feedback once we finish on all of this and talk about next steps. Before we go into it, though, I just want to say this agreement has been in the works with CAS and Parks and Rec for over a year. It's been a long time. There's been a lot of back and forth, and I would just say just recently with some leadership changes and some moves we've made, we've re-examined the agreement itself. Not necessarily a bad agreement, but when we started looking at it from the view of more of a partnership with CAS, we realized there was probably a lot of maybe heavy-handed things in there. And so we looked at it more from a collaborative partnership agreement. I think that's probably accurate, and found it to come together quite quickly after that. So this agreement is a testament to that as we move through it. So we'll look at the background very quickly of the agreement, the overview, some key highlights and benefits, and then some next steps. So the background, as you all know, this is 1500 Daisy Lane, our new senior community center that is nearing completion. In the next couple months, I took a tour, as did our CAS, as has Will, who's been working on it quite a bit. Just recently, it's a beautiful building. It's much, much larger than the Krug Center where the seniors are currently residing. It's very exciting when you see it, not just the space and the different rooms and kind of the grandiose of the building itself, but also the kitchen, and thinking of all of the different ways that it can be utilized across the city. The previous agreement with CAS was in April 2007. It was with the Krug Center specifically, but it also needs updating just with a bunch of different elements. So that's what we've done in this partnership, and establish a partnership with CAS for this building, because the other one references Krug throughout the whole agreement. It defines operational and programmatic responsibilities, and it's great to have it completed before the opening of the building, because I don't want to speak for CAS, but I can almost guarantee you that the minute it opens, they're going to be ready to start programming and get in there. So it's great to have all of this in place and solidified and approved before that building opens. So it is a long agreement, and rather than walk through every single element of it, I picked out the main highlights of this agreement and what they are, and I just wanted to walk through it. And then, of course, we'll take feedback and answer questions from the council. It is a partnership agreement. This allows for continued and enhanced city partnership with CAS. We'll talk about why that's important in just a little bit. It supports senior programming at the new, and I want to emphasize this, greatly enhanced facility. This is not a new agreement at the Krug Center. This is a new building. It is much more space. It's much more rooms. There's so many different ways that CAS can utilize this building and enhance senior programming across the entire city, and we're excited about that. And it clearly defines the shared use of the facility between CAS and the city. I think there was some definition of it with the Krug building, but there were many conflicts, I would say, based on that agreement, and this clearly defines everything in this agreement. From an operations standpoint, the city maintains the building, as we should. As a city facility, we should maintain it. And the city oversees scheduling and facility operations. So the operations in the facility, anything, tweaks or hanging anything significant in the building, that's all going to be on the city's facility side. One, we wouldn't want the seniors to have to do any of that stuff themselves. Not just they shouldn't, because it's the city's facility, but it could be dangerous. But also our facility and staff has the expertise to go in there and do that. So of course we would be doing that from an operations standpoint. CAS has priority scheduling and manages its own programming, as it should. And then from an accountability standpoint, this better defines responsibilities. We've learned a lot of lessons, I think, from the first agreement. many lessons, and we have fixed those in this agreement. It clearly establishes insurance and liability provisions, which is very important, and includes annual reviews and renewal provisions in it as well. Some key highlights and benefits: CAS clearly defined their priority scheduling for senior programming. So CAS has priority scheduling in the building for all of the different rooms. The times are scheduled out, the days are scheduled out. It's very clear. And then outside of those times, the city is able to utilize those, or I believe it's also able to be rented as well. So the city will benefit from the facility, and all of that programming that CAS will be utilizing. The city does not have its own senior programming or senior center, and so we get a great benefit from having them operate that for our seniors in the city of Kyle. The city retains ownership and operational oversight. We talked about that. It maintains the building utilities and custodial services and operations. This was something that kind of went back and forth in the last agreement. It's very clear. It's a city facility. We're going to take care of the building, the utilities, the custodial, all of that stuff. CAS continues managing its own programs and activities in this enhanced space, as they should, and the shared scheduling provides more opportunities not only for the city to participate in the senior programming, but also on those off times for the city to use it for programming. And then, of course, we will continue a good partnership with CAS to have monthly coordination meetings that will support ongoing communication and operations. So we're not going to say this agreement is the be-all, end-all and walk away. Of course, we will continue to have communication with CAS and work through any issues that might come up, because certainly things will that aren't all addressed in this agreement. These benefits I think we've touched on, but ongoing partnership will enhance the city's programming and activities across Kyle, not just senior programming, but other programs for Parks and Rec as well. Agreement provides clear direction for staff before we open the facility, so it's very clear what we're doing the minute we open it. And it supports expanded senior programming because it is such a more enhanced facility than what we had before. And it maximizes the public use of this senior community center through coordinated scheduling. So we're excited to present this. I believe you heard from Betty and CAS. They're excited that we've come together on this partnership and that we're bringing this forward. And then we want to hear from council on any feedback on what you guys have so we can tweak it. We're getting that feedback for this agreement tonight, and then we will bring back, most likely in August, because we don't expect too many changes, a formal approval for this at a formal council meeting to get fully approved, and probably a large cheer from our CAS group that comes to the meeting. So we'll take feedback and questions now.
All right, questions? Councilmember Goza.
I want to thank you so much for refining this. I sat in on one of those meetings, and it was painful, some of the requirements that were put into there. And
not the meetings I was in. That's not the painful.
No, you were
Okay,
not there.
right.
This was other employees. But so I think it's a really good agreement. I did want to make a comment that I think that it would be in the best interest of CAS to have an outlined agreement with any other 501c3s or other entities that are operating within that building under the CAS umbrella, just for like what type of storage they have, just so really everything is delineated. And that was really the only thing that I kind of wanted in there that I didn't see. I think otherwise it's a really solid agreement, and I'm super excited to have them in there. And I also want to comment just on all of the things that CAS does for our community. It is not just for the seniors. They work with a lot of the nonprofits to provide support to a large section of our community. So I'm very excited to see this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a great point, and it is actually a point that we wanted to make sure was in the agreement, that if there was anyone working with CAS in the building, that CAS had an agreement with them. I believe it's in there, but staff will go back and double check because that is a point that we agreed on that we did want in the agreement. So
Okay, I may have just missed it, so.
okay, no,
please
but
forgive
we'll
me.
double check because we may have missed it. So, but
Okay.
that is an agreed upon point that we wanted in there as well.
Awesome, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Conley, do you mind coming up here and coming to the podium and maybe wanted to get your feedback on the whole process to hear from you? Because like it's been a long going issue with the agreements. How comfortable do you feel with the meetings and everything that's been outlined? And I believe also working with other nonprofits, let's say with Ms. Bentley's group, that you'll be able to work with them on that end. So I just wanted to hear from you as a representative how comfortable you feel with this contract.
The last year working with this contract was very painful. We asked for extra help because of the demands that seemed to be unfair on our side. We were being treated less than tenants that you leased to. So we had a problem there. We got a hold of Jesse. Boom. We had it done in about an hour and a half going through, why is this in here? Why does it say you can't put a piano here? Why is it just little stuff that put a lot of stress on us at times? But we're really happy the way it is going. Our intention with having the boundaries for the days and the times came up with Park and Recs because they wanted 2 night times and they, for weekends. But we have to do program now. We have room. We had 22 other programs we could do and could not fit into the Krug building. And those programs also included caregiving classes for families that are taking care of mom and dad, so they could get resources that they need to keep mom and dad in their home. And they can't come to those because they work. So now that we can have nighttime hours, we can have nighttime classes. We're also bridging generation to generation. We'll be doing grandparent and grandchild free book day, reading time, cooking classes, stuff like that to get the whole, from the young to the old together in this programming.
Great. And I know you're very excited about your commercial kitchen.
Oh, yes.
That's one thing
I
that
catered for years. My mother and my family did weddings and stuff, so I'm just happy in a kitchen. But what touches my heart is to be able to feed those people that want a meal. And believe it or not, there are a lot of people that come and get a lunch, and that's the only meal that they get. And I know exactly, they go Monday here, they come Tuesday, to our place, they go Wednesday to the Methodist Church, they go Thursday to Onion Creek. I know exactly where they go to get their meals. So to turn anyone away, I just worry about when their next meal's going to be is not fair to turn them away. And we're going from 2,000 square feet to 7,500 square feet?
There you go.
We're going to have a party. That's all I got to say. We're going to have a party.
Well, I'm looking at
and
it.
the whole city's invited.
Yeah. I'm also looking at it from a bigger community picture on this end, to where, let's say one day the city wants to recognize their employees. And you've got the public works guys that are out there working or mowing grass or whatever it is, and it's an appreciation day, to where they could probably just stop by the building and pick up a meal or sit there and,
we offer them
unlike-
meals.
Yeah.
When they're cutting the grass and
Yeah.
it's on Tuesday and they come in to use, hey, do you want a meal? We put
Well,
down a
that's
free
great.
meal for them.
That's
We know
good.
how hard they're working.
Yeah.
We also always shared the Krug building when we could, but it was never reciprocated back. They would take the days and they'd say, well, if you're going to take this day, can we have this day? It was always no.
I remember those
But
days.
even though we have boundary lines, we've made it clear that, like, the fire department has to have a luncheon and something, and it happens to be on a day that's scheduled for our day. We've worked with them and said, oh, we'll skip and do this, and you can have that day. So we're willing to do that for you to have your luncheon for your employees. We'll work that all out and share the building that way. So,
Oh, good. Well, I'm very glad to hear that it worked out for y'all.
but they have to stay out of my kitchen.
There you go.
One cook in the kitchen, right? No.
Yeah. And Matthew's going to enjoy volunteering still there, so
Oh,
I
yeah,
appreciate
we
it
love
very
him.
much. Thank you
Love
very
him.
much.
All right. Anybody else? Councilmember McKinney?
No, I just want to say that I'm glad to see
nothing
this
in that
partnership
wallet.
come together, and I look forward to many events at this new facility.
Okay, Councilmember Harris?
It's been a long road. I remember talking with you about some of the issues with the contract early on, going, no, they can't make you do that. Don't do that. Don't say yes. Yes. And then sit down with you on a number of times for that contract. I'm delighted that we got the commercial kitchen. That was a big emphasis for me because I want you to be able to provide meals, maybe not just on Tuesday, maybe more than that. And I know you've got plans for a professional chef.
We have plans also to do breakfast.
And breakfast?
And open up 2 meals.
Yeah.
It's going to get there.
Yeah. And I've been delighted to see the participation. This building, or the Creek Center, fills up almost every Tuesday. It's very rare to have empty seats. People come early for games, stay late for games. I do city talk occasionally, where people can just come talk to me about what's going on with the city or ask questions. And it's just a marvelous, I'm a member of CAS. and come regularly on Tuesdays. So I really enjoy it as a senior. I love the people there, and you guys have just done a phenomenal job in growing the programs. Thank you.
We do have 25 to 30 new members a month.
A month, yeah.
I don't know where they're coming from, but
Well, they hear word of mouth how great it is.
All right. I'm going to say this has been more than a long time coming. The Krug building was dedicated to the seniors in 2012. In 2022, I think it was, we had an agreement with the seniors to help plan. I mean, it's so hard to say what it was because everybody's just assumed that we were going to build the building. So, that didn't come to fruition either. I will go into further detail on the next council meeting. We will have an agenda item regarding the building. And so I was writing it and just reliving the history, and it's been tough. It's been really tough for the seniors, and it's been tough for the council to end up where we're at. But I am so grateful that we were able to get you here. I'm so grateful that Jesse was able to smooth out the end part, that's important to us. It's important to me that staff and our nonprofits have a good relationship. And so I want to thank all of staff for that because I think they've done a phenomenal job. I am ready to get this going. So I'm excited to see this. This is going to be on the next agenda. Is that correct?
The next one we can get it on, yes.
Okay. All right, and I don't have any questions. I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job, and I cannot wait until it all is signed on the dotted line and we can move forward.
I will be a testament that Kaz does not forget the history. If you'd like to know the whole history, they'll walk you through it.
Yes.
They will.
Newspapers and all.
They will. We're excited.
Yes. All right, thank you so much. All right, up next, agenda item 3, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding updates on the Kyle Housing Authority and the authority's transition plan. Item presenter, Amber Schmeitz.
A hard one to follow.
You got this.
Good news, yeah. My name's Amber Schmeitz. I'm the Deputy City Manager. The Kyle Housing Authority has been through quite a bit of transition over the past year. So I'm here to update you on what they've been through, where we're at, and a plan going forward. Past decisions last year led to the city somehow being more involved in the housing authority than we ever have been or ever should have been. And so we're working to unwind that, but I just want to walk you through what they've been through. So the Kyle Housing Authority, it's a separate entity. It's created under Chapter 392 of the Texas Local Government Code. They are created to assist with affordable housing in the community. KHA owns and operates Pete Dressen, Charles Young Public Housing with a total of 51 units. And there's a picture of Charles Young. KHA has an agreement for affordable housing at Opal Point with 338 total units in that facility, 68 of which are at 60% AMI and 102 are at 80% average median income. The city has limited oversight, but the board is appointed by the mayor. So the city intervenes. In March 2025, the city learned that the Housing Authority had entered into a memoranda of understanding with entities that would remove approximately $169 million from the property tax rolls. $60 million of that had already been removed at Opal Point. City leadership repeatedly requested a KHA board meeting to discuss the pending closings. Those were refused. Following board turnover, 3 new commissioners were appointed and a meeting was called for July 17th, 2025. 3 days later, the executive director and the management agent submitted a 60-day termination notice. So at that July meeting, the new commissioners took action to change the governance structure, which now relies heavily on the City of Kyle for support and resources. The board voted to suspend the existing executive director and property management arrangement with Making a Difference in Property Management, appoint the city employee as an interim executive director and board secretary, contract with the Housing Authority of the City of Austin, or HACA, for temporary management, administrative services, and an organizational assessment through May 31 of 2026. And that's very important because it was never intended to be a long-term relationship with HACA. And then terminate previously authorized agreements involving several proposed affordable housing developments, including The Strand, Arden at Kohler's Crossing, and Windy Hill. So recently, in May of 2026, the interim executive director position was eliminated due to our city's financial shortfall. KHA appoints a city employed replacement. Then in June of 2026, HACA notifies the Housing Authority that it's going to terminate services in 30 days. The interim executive director, which was me at the time, executes the contract for the new property management partner after an extended RFP process. And then they also were able to approve their 26-27 annual budget at that meeting. And then in July, this last meeting on the 22nd, they approved the position description and recruitment for a permanent executive director, which we advised that they should have that. That way they can keep the institutional knowledge and the organizational structure that they need to continue on. And approve the correlating amendment to the annual budget. 3 new board members are appointed and new officers are elected. So what's this all mean? Again, the city's involvement in the Housing Authority expanded beyond its intended role, creating an unsustainable dependence on city staff and perpetuating emergency-style governance. This arrangement has blurred accountability and diverted resources from core city responsibilities. The city does not have the resources to continue to assist the Housing Authority in its current capacity on a long-term basis, and the KHA must transition to independent governance and operations under its Board of Commissioners, Executive Director, and Management Team as intended under state law. So the transition plan, we've completed the following steps to ensure a successful transition. We addressed immediate concerns in securing the agreement with the new property management company, developed and adopted their annual budget, identified available funding they have to hire a new executive director and prepared an appropriate amendment to the budget, and then developed a position description and advertised for a permanent executive director who will report directly to the KHA board. Going forward, city staff will continue to support KHA in the following ways until the executive director is hired. We're going to support the recruitment and transition process, assist with selecting new legal counsel. Currently, the city's attorney serves as their legal counsel. We want to help them find an appropriate legal counsel for them as well. And then coordinate the selection of appropriate property insurance coverage. They were also notified that TML risk pool is not going to cover them any longer. And then develop agendas and attend the board meetings during the transition to help them and make sure this is a smooth process. So now I'll take any questions that you might have.
All right, questions? I got a ton.
Okay.
I don't even know how we got here. And I saw a board member, and there's the vice chair, and she was here, and I know she supports it, but I'm thinking, this is way too much responsibility for our city staff. Like, I don't even know, this in 2025, was that the first time that the city got actively involved?
Yes. Yes. They had the board had they had the executive director and the property management agent that they just worked with a board. And it was, the mayor's always appointed the board members, but we've never been involved in the day-to-day operations. And that's where we found ourselves because of all of those actions taken last year.
So I do want to say 2 things. In my previous term, I met the board, I met the property management, we had relationships, we had good communication, and I do understand that it was a concern to take these properties off the payrolls, but that is different than getting our hands involved and using our staff attorney and our staff in general to do these jobs for an entity that's really not of the city.
That's right.
Like, it stops at the mayor appoints the board members, and that is it. So
Right.
I'm just really confused how we got this far, because it looks like we're still going to be assisting them, which is taking time away from our duties to the residents, overwhelming staff with extra work.
Yes, and it's an incredible responsibility. There's so much compliance, reporting, and income verification, things to do according to HUD guidelines, and it's a skilled discipline it takes to perform that service for the Housing Authority. And so, that's something that we don't have internally. We weren't set up to. They're supposed to be a completely independent entity of the city of Kyle. And so that's where we want to move to by getting them their own executive director. But yes, you're absolutely correct, Mayor. It's too much for the city, and quite frankly, just probably an inappropriate relation. We shouldn't be serving as the executive director.
Okay. Do we have a timeline of when we think we're going to be able to kind of let them go on their own?
Well, we advertised for the permanent position this week, and we're gonna leave it open for 3 weeks. So kind of a tight, as soon as we can hire someone, as fast as we can get them onboarded, that will be. Well, of course, we'll be there to help support in the background, but we're hoping we get a qualified individual in there that can just hit the ground running.
Okay.
So 60 days.
Okay. And I know you and I had a conversation because there was a question I had regarding a vote that we took previously where we were the city was going to pay off one of the loans. And when I was reading this email about we were going to pay for something, I was like, whoa, I thought we took a vote to pay for this 2 or 3 years ago. Could you just give us a brief explanation of like what happened along that?
Sure. So a couple years ago, the council had directed the staff to provide money to make improvements to the properties. They had fallen in a lot of disrepair. And so we did that. They made the improvements. But the Housing Authority had some trouble in getting details about paying off the loan. And so eventually the budget year passed, and then it was not put back in the budget. That money was not put back in there. So they still do have the loan with the USDA.
So at any point, do we know if the city, since we had did we have an agreement to pay that off? Like, what does that look like?
No agreement, but it was just put into the budget.
Okay, so I'm assuming there was a resolution that went along with it? I'm just wondering what happens, because we could put the money back in, but if there's like an understanding that this was going to be paid and then it doesn't go through, do we have to come back and fix that via resolution?
If I can kind of remember, because you, Jerry, and myself, we went to go look at those properties. Remember how it was falling apart? And we went and said, we got to help these people, right? We're just kind of on that end. And we did vote to spend, I think it was like $50,000 to get some of those repairs done. But we were going to come back and say, all right, we want to be able to help them pay this loan off. So that way it could, because I remember the gentleman at the time was saying it's like almost 10 years behind, and, they're not able to get caught up. And I think we were just like, okay, we can come back and help pay off this loan for y'all. But I think it got a little bit sidetracked with the rest of council saying, wait, why are we doing this? And we were just like, well, let's just try to help them out. But I don't think it came back to where we may have made a vote to help pay off some of the loan, but then again, it may not have went through, and then we just stopped helping them from then on.
Well, it was
like
put
in
into
21 and 2022, I believe that's when it was.
Yes, it was. And you're exactly right. The properties had fallen into disrepair, and so they were unable to pass their inspections so they could raise the rent. So they weren't able to get more subsidy from HUD, and they kept falling behind and further behind. That loan with the USDA is quite old, and it had a really high percentage rate. I believe it was 9 or something like that. And again, they were struggling to pay that off.
I think it was like around 100 or 200,000 was the loan. I mean, it wasn't too crazy, but still, I think we were kind of maybe holding off on that. I think Travis was kind of hesitant on that, if I can remember, but who knows? I mean, it's been so long. It's been a long time.
It has been. And this is just, for me, it's going back and understanding what's gone on over that time. I do remember taking that vote. And so just moving forward, this is probably the reason why we shouldn't get too involved, is because either things don't happen or it didn't get paid. And in this instance, we're now hiring an executive director, and we're getting their legal bills. I mean, it's just a lot. And so I hope moving forward we can find a way to protect things like that was going on with the taking the apartments off the payrolls. I don't know what we can do in order to.
So, Mayor, I've proposed that we bring back an agreement in the future with the Housing Authority to specifically address their relationship with the city of Kyle and that issue. And so that's something that we are working on as well. This was kind of more of a priority to us to get us out and also to get new legal counsel in that the Housing Authority can use to help negotiate that sort of situation. But that's one of the things that we're looking at.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate the update.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on. All right. Up next, we have agenda item 4, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction on a comprehensive history and overview of Kyle Vista Park, as well as future options for the Kyle Animal Shelter. Item presenter, Jesse Elizondo. Okay. Before we do that, I have a public comments form to speak. Can we get the 3 minutes up? I have Sherry Boyette, and she is going to speak regarding agenda item 4.
Good evening, Mayor and everyone present. I hope that everyone here knows that I love dogs and cats by now, but I'm also a business person, and I also recognize that after doing the advocacy and working with the rescue groups and pals, that there's a lot of complexities to what animal sheltering is. And so I'm kind of bringing this topic up at the last minute because I feel like the topic needs to be discussed. We are here tonight to talk about the location of where a hopeful animal shelter will be in Kyle, but it's important that we think about the programs that go into it. Judge Sumter mentioned that we need an interim plan. Lauren Foy mentioned we need to work together, always, spay neuter, always, get those animals sterilized now. But the thing is, we have to be looking at the program costs. We have to be looking at what we can do now. And we also need to look at what the county was going to do. And yes, it was terminated. I was on the committee. I poured years into it. And so I really felt it was important to read what the mission is because there's a huge overlap between human services. And the vision was that the eventual center was going to be co-located with senior services, with veterans, with unhoused people, so that those people who have pets, those people who can't afford them, or who just might need a little bit of assistance to retain them, what we're really trying to do is divert pets, not house them for extended periods of time. And Jesse will tell you that the feasibility study Kyle has done is a 14-day length of stay. None of us want to warehouse animals. We want them returned to their owners. We want them to go through a system of medical care where they're sterilized. We want public safety. We want them off the street. We want community engagement. We want to recognize that the community, as it expands and grows, has values, and that incoming businesses don't want to see Kyle as a capital of pet euthanasia, which if you don't build the right size and you don't fund the programs, that's what's going to happen. We have to have it right size. We have to have the supporting programs that include spay neuter, microchipping, vaccinations, pet food pantry. Give Lauren a big old bus to drive around the animals back and forth across the county until the county has a veterinary clinic that can work with those nonprofits. I'm going to read this mission statement before my time is up. The Hays County Pet Resource and Education Center will provide a temporary safe haven for pets in need, keep pets and families together, protect animals in Hays County, and work collectively, collaboratively with pet owners, the public, animal rescue and welfare organizations, human social service agencies, and others with a shared vision to benefit pets and people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now I think you're safe to go. So,
Okay, Mayor and Council tonight, no disrespect whatsoever. I think because of the nature of this item, the fact that I'm presenting and will be sharing the presentation with Amy, our city attorney, and then I expect quite a bit of back and forth conversation. Hopefully it's okay if we present from here, just because we'll be going back and forth. I will be presenting the Kyle Vista property full history and overview, and future animal care center options. I feel like this is an older presentation because future was in the name of the first one, but we'll make do. I wanted to say before we get started that this is one of the reasons why we're going through the full history of this. One, to get it on the record, which is very important. But two, for anyone that's just getting involved in this, maybe watching for the first time, this is a multi-year. I've been involved with it for over 2 years. I know before I got here, there were years before that there were conversations. So we want to walk through, at least for the last few years that we've been specifically working on this, the full history of this for the council and for anyone watching, and take all the questions and feedback that you guys have on the history, and then after that, look at future options and get a vote from council on the direction of where we go from here. There's quite a bit of discussion. I love seeing all of the public comment come up and have you can see such a care for the animals and the animals in this area from the community here. But with all of the different conversations that have happened with Kyle Vista, with the property, with the Animal Care Center, we wanted to give a full history and then get feedback and then get direction from council. So what we'll be looking at today, myself and Amy Alcorn-Reed will be walking through the history of Kyle Vista property itself by parcel. I missed the meeting. I was at Disneyland. We got a full background way back before I was here 20 plus years ago on the history of this parcel. I didn't even know that story. I hadn't heard that story from the parks director that was here before, so it was very interesting hearing that. For me, very touching too. Development agreement requirements and restrictions. So we'll go through each parcel and how it was obtained, and then development agreements and requirements and restrictions on those parcels. Because of the Chapter 26 requirements that we went through not too long ago and some of the conversations that have happened recently, we want to walk through the requirements of those Chapter 26, certain city charter limitations that are in the charter regarding Chapter 26 and the properties themselves, and then a full timeline of prior actions that were taken by council going back 2 years, more than 2 years. And then we'll look at the current status of the memorandum of understanding, both with Buda and Hays County. Which is important, not because necessarily of the status, but just what the different elements of the MOU entailed. The current status of the interlocal agreement that was signed by all the parties, the current status of our design contract that was approved by council and where it stands right now, some requirements of government entities. There had been a lot of questions of if the city of Kyle does or doesn't do certain things, or if Hays County does or doesn't do certain things, what does that mean and what are they required to do? So we will go over that as well. And then we'll stop at that point and do a full conversation with council and feedback with council. I thought the professor was going to say something to me. Do a full conversation with council, and then after having all of those discussions, we'll look at the future considerations. So that sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but I think we'll move pretty expeditiously through it as we go. So I think Amy's slides are up first, so I will hand the clicker over to her as she goes through them.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Amy Alcorn-Reed, City Attorney, for the record. So I'm going to go through each parcel pretty quickly to explain what we know of the history of where we got the parcel. This first parcel is approximately 8.6 acres, and it is, you can see it in the yellow here. That one was acquired from Nestor Development, Inc. on July 16th, 2008. I am not able to find any council action on that deed. Because of that, my assumption is that it was likely dedicated, because if it had been a purchase that had involved city paying money, that would have come to city council for review. The second parcel is a almost 8 acre tract of land right here on Daisy and Sunflower Drive, and it's in the yellow on this one. That property was purchased from Alonzo and Hope Martinez on April 17th, 2008. There was a resolution for that purchase. That resolution was actually approved in November of 2007, so it took a little while for the purchase to be completed. It was purchased. There was reference in the resolution that this was anticipated to be parkland when it was purchased. And there was a price involved, and I can't recall exactly how much it was off the top of my head, but there was a price involved. There was also some discussion in the resolution about how one of the offers included that if the park was named after the family, they might get some of the property for free or at a discounted rate. It does not appear that it was purchased at the discounted rate, so I have not seen an agreement that would have required us to name any of the facilities after the family. And then the last property here is a 13.2 acre tract. This one is, again, in yellow on this exhibit. It's approximately 300 feet west of Daisy Lane and Kyle. It was acquired from Meadows at Kyle 2 LTD on February 19th, 2008. And that property was dedicated to the city under development agreement, which provided that the dedication of the property would satisfy the developer's requirement to pay parkland development fees. And it was referenced in the development agreement as parkland. All three properties contain the same deed restrictions. I've kind of put a summary of them in here. The most important one from my perspective on the use of the property is the first one, which is that there are no commercial operations to be allowed, and specifically, no fowls or animals shall be kept on the premises in such numbers or manner to create a nuisance. So one of the things that we were looking to task our design consultant with was determining whether that deed restriction is still in effect and determining whether there was a way to construct the facility to comply with that particular provision. We also note that there was an annual assessment per tract that was included in the deed restrictions, and it referenced a property owners committee. The city does not have record of ever having paid that assessment. It doesn't appear that anybody has ever requested that we pay the assessment. Now, it's possible that that's just because we're a government. It's possible that the assessment doesn't currently exist. I also was unable to locate the property owners committee that's referenced in here, covering those. You know, like you can find an HOA online, but I couldn't find one that covered that whole area. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, just couldn't find it. The development agreement, I touched on a little bit, but here's some more specific information about it. The development agreement was actually with both the Meadows at Kyle and with Sunset Hills subdivisions. As part of the agreement, that developer was required to dedicate the property, and they did. Throughout the agreement, it referred to that property as the parkland and provided the dedication satisfied the park development fees. The agreement did include language providing that the city intended to use the property as a park, but did not specifically limit the use for that purpose. I think there had been some discussion among the community about potentially putting like a rec center there as well, which is a park rec use, but is not necessarily simply a park. And then these are the requirements of Chapter 26 of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code related to the use of parkland for a different purpose. I pretty much laid out the language in Section 26.001 here. I don't really want to read through it in the interest of time. But essentially, it requires that the city have a hearing, that we provide notice of that hearing, and very, very specific newspaper notice. And so it was actually not possible to post it in the Hayes Free Press to meet these requirements. It had to be the Austin American Statesman. But we did also post a courtesy notice in the Hayes Free Press, just so that people would see it, because we figure our residents are probably more likely to look there. And at the time, we did not believe the hearing was required under the law because the property was not in use as a park, which is what's listed in the agreement. And there is some AG opinions and some case law that supports that determination that had to have been in use before this was required. We did believe that in the interest of transparency, it was the right thing to do. And then the city charter, Article 11, has two provisions that I think are always of interest when we're looking at facilities. We looked at these same provisions when we were looking at our agreement with CAS that you just talked about, that require elections prior to certain transactions, including the sale or lease of a city park and at several other city facilities. And also the approval of an operation or management agreement for a city-owned facility. And so both of those are things that we would have to consider if we were going to move forward with the use of parkland.
Okay, so I will jump in now, and we will walk through a historical overview of all the events starting from late 2024. I know that sounds like a long time, but we'll start from the very beginning. Yes, Mayor.
Before we do that, can we go back? I want to understand the last slide.
Sure.
So, okay, so this is just saying if we wanted to sell the parkland or lease.
Right, so the state law prohibits the sale of parkland once it's a park without an election. The charter also prohibits the lease of a park. It doesn't specifically define a park as to say whether or not land dedicated as a park versus land currently used as a park. That would be something that we would need to assess the risk on if we wanted to move forward.
Okay, so I want to clarify. This area was in our Parks Master Plan, correct?
It was, yes.
Okay. And you guys were aware that there was $1 million spent on a sports complex schematics, correct?
On this piece of land,
This piece of land.
I was not aware even to this point that
Okay.
that there was a sports
I have it at
complex on
home.
this land.
I'll gladly bring it in. And I think there was an article in either the Hayes Free Press or Community Impact I can send to you guys. That's where the original sportsplex was supposed to go. And I think it was in 2016 that the city spent $1 million on these park plans, and nothing ever became of it. The reason why I ask these is because there was a belief that this wasn't dedicated parkland. But if it's in our Parks Master Plan, and if historically the city spent money for this park, to build a sports complex, I would consider it a city park. So depending on how we look at this, section 11.11 says that if we're going to lease this, which was on the table, if we're going to lease this land to the county, that it would have to be on an election. It would have to go on a ballot. Is that correct?
The lease or sale of a city park would have to go on a ballot, yes, a general election.
Okay, so depending how we look at, and this is why this is important to me to clarify before we move forward, because although some people believe it wasn't parkland, some people believe it was, if we had residents that were promised that area as parkland, if they came and sued the city, that is something that we would have to deal with. And so just looking at it as a liability overall for the city, I mean, some people don't live over there, some people think don't worry, it's not parkland, but there's a large group of people that were promised this area as a parkland. And so we have to look at the totality of it, and if they got upset enough, they could go and get an attorney and then sue the city, and we'd be in a different situation. So to me, this is really important too. Not only the state says we have Chapter 26, and we have to have all these bullet points that we have to, one being that there's no other viable option in the county, because this was a county building, but also our charter says you cannot take parkland and change it into something else unless it's placed on a ballot. Okay, just want to make sure, and that's just section 11.11. I just want to make sure I understand 11.12.
11.12 is not necessarily triggered by this section, but I brought it up because if we were to instead say, how about the city owns the building, but we put in an operation or management agreement, it's important to know that we can't do that with several certain city facilities without doing full competitive procurement, and we can't have any contract for more than 10 years without an election. And so if we're looking for alternative options to use the property, not through a sale or a lease, that's a provision we need to look at.
Okay, only if it's not going to be used as a park, correct? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so we will jump into a historical walkthrough now. We'll start from the beginning. In late 2024, the city learned that San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter was ultimately releasing its partners out of their agreement, all partners out of their agreement. We met with the city of San Marcos, the city management team. We talked to them about going forward, what the options were. Ultimately, to sum up the whole conversation, it was we won't be released or kicked out as long as we are moving forward with substantial ways to take on our own animal services, right? So it wasn't an immediate, you have to leave immediately, but we have to have measured ways of moving forward that they can see. So we started at that point, Hays County, and I will, as we move through this, I will try and explain all the different elements as quickly and as succinctly as possible. But I would say, for anyone watching, this is a little bit of a insight into city administration, because you'll see all the different elements coming in and going out all on the same timeline. At that time, Hays County was pursuing and had been pursuing for for a while a whole other element with Austin Pets Alive, an option with Austin Pets Alive. And so when hearing that from San Marcos, the city said, well, we need to immediately do a feasibility study for the city of Kyle. Nothing to do with the county or any other entities. This was just, we need to get a feasibility study of what it would take for Kyle to move forward with a self-sustaining option. So in November 19th, and I'll note that as we go through this, the bold days are anything that has to do with a council presentation or an executive session discussion with council. So all the bold are actual interactions with council. On November 19th, we came to council in executive session. We talked to them about the San Marcos Regional Animal Shelter releasing its partners, and council said, let's go out, get an RFP on the street, let's get a feasibility study going, let's get moving. So that's what we did. We went out, and the feasibility study, the scope of it was needs assessment for the city. It was a deep data analysis of what San Marcos had already and also what we had from our analytics within the city. An extensive public and stakeholder input, so multiple meetings with the public and with stakeholders, site evaluations, programmings, operations, so not only how much it would cost to build a building, but also to operate it. Financials and right sizing. Again, at this point, this was just for the city of Kyle. On January 7th, we went through the RFP process. January 7th, we brought that RFP. The winner of that RFP was Jackson and Ryan, and that feasibility study to go forward was presented and approved unanimously by City Council. So you can imagine at that point, lots of discussions out in public and in front of City Council about the feasibility study, about the animal shelter, about moving forward with all these different elements. Because of that, at some point, which I don't have any real information on this, but at some point the Austin Pets Alive option fell through with Hays County. And because the city was talking so much about the feasibility study and moving forward and building our own building and building a self-sustaining option, at that point, after the feasibility study was approved by council to move forward, Hays County reached out to talk about discussions for partnerships with animal services. This will come into play in a little bit, but the discussions of the Hays County East Campus, having a Hays County East Campus just in general, that was a separate project and discussions that were not attached at this point to the animal shelter or Cal Vista in any way. As well as the mayor mentioned just a minute ago, Cal Vista Park had a master plan or a conceptual master plan. It wasn't a fully baked master plan. It was a conceptual master plan that was built into our PROS master plan that we had just updated at the time. But those three elements existed independently at this time and January 7th of 2025. This goes a little faster over the next few slides. I just wanted to set the stage for all of that. So in April, so a few months later, initial discussions with the city council regarding possible Hays County partnerships, because once the county reached out to us, our elected officials and the county commissioners were having discussions, and then those discussions would filter down to staff, and I was working, myself and the city manager at the time were working with Candace, the county administrator, and all of those discussions would filter down to us, and we would talk about deal points and discussion points. And anytime any noticeable or large discussion points would move forward, we would set an executive session with council and would bring those discussion points and elements to council. At this point, it was a little bit amorphous. It was, what about this? What do you think about that? They've mentioned this. It hadn't quite come together in a complete project at this point, but there was a lot of discussion of a partnership with Hays County as it related to the animal shelter. Also on April 1st, that feasibility study that was going on for the city of Kyle only with Jackson and Ryan completed its first phase and was presented to city council. It was just a staff report, but it was the portion of that phase that was completed was the needs assessment, the community input, the operations, and the data analytics. So we showed council in open session that phase one. In executive session on April 1st, the council directed the city staff to start looking at pursuing the Hays County building, the park, the conceptual park and master plan of Cal Vista, and the animal shelter as a possible one project. So that was when the conversation started of could this be one project on one site. That was when it was called Project. That was when it was deemed the name Project Sunflower, which you'll see on the agendas as we go as you look through them. And also, side note, this doesn't have any tremendous bearing on the conversation, but Buda also reached out around that time saying, "Hey, if you guys are going to partner or do something with Hays, we'd like to be a part of it." June 17th, discussions on Project Sunflower, negotiations, deal points, and partnerships were discussed with council. You'll see a lot of these as we go through, and I'll go through them quickly. But what that means is there was discussions with our staff and the commissioner and the county staff, and those deal points reached a certain point where we're like, okay, we need to get to council and ask them what they think about this and get their opinion on this. And so that was what those executive sessions, as you see them go through on Project Sunflower, were the progression of that project as it went forward. On June 17th, while we talked about the progression of the project, we also had the second phase of that feasibility study. Keep in mind, still just feasibility study for the city of Kyle, presented to the city council. That was site evaluations where we had multiple public inputs where we showed different sites all around the city. We had a large chart where people could pin different sites around the city and where they thought it should go. We had it on 3 separate occasions in areas all over the city. Operational and financial feasibility and what it would cost. We presented that to council as well. July 1st, as we kept moving along, another executive session with negotiations and deal points. And in July 15th, we received a the council in executive session received a conceptual proposal of what an MOU partnership could look like. So this was when staff came back and said, hey, if we did an MOU and it included all of these elements, the Hayes County building, the animal shelter, and this park, here's what it could possibly look like. And it was deal points like the lease of the building, how much the building could be leased for, to also include elements of a park around it, and then also the animal shelter tying into it as well. And so there were a whole bunch of conversations of what that project could look like, and council directed staff on July 15th in executive session to bring back an MOU that included all those elements to council for an open session presentation and vote. That came back on August 5th. There were more discussions about it in executive session and going forward, the negotiations of partnerships. And on August 5th, we had completed the feasibility study and gave a presentation to council that included the full study and legal considerations and the conceptual designs that you see in a lot of the presentations that we went forward. Those were the designs that came out of that feasibility study. I will say that between phase 2, June 17th, and the completed feasibility study, August 5th, we had because of all of the conversations going on with the MOU and this becoming a larger partnership and what would ultimately become the ILA, we did talk to Jackson and Ryan about, hey, if we were taking on more responsibility, not a regional shelter for the entire region, that was never considered, that was never an option, but just in where we live, a larger scope of taking on responsibility for county and possibly Buda, we said, what would that look like? This was not in Jackson and Ryan's feasibility scope, but they did pull some numbers and they did look at some stuff just to give us an idea of what it would look like if we expanded that scope. But the final completed feasibility study that you can pull and look at that is specifically for the city of Kyle and the numbers for city of Kyle. On August 5th, the staff brought the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding with Hayes County to the council. It was Project Sunflower. It was approved 7-0. On September 16th, we had more discussions because we had the MOU, it still was very high level. It was, we were going to lease this building, we were going to lease this land for them to build this building, we're going to get a chunk of money. That money would go into a park that was fully designed throughout the whole site, and then the animal shelter would also be a part of that and connected to it. But there were still a lot of points as we moved forward to get an actual ILA, the concrete document, to move forward. So there was still a lot of discussions to be had. So on September 16th, we continued to move those discussions forward on Project Sunflower. And that was also when, as Amy mentioned a minute ago, we had a public hearing and resolution for the Chapter 26 procedures out of an abundance of caution that might be parkland. There was a lot of, I just want to be transparent, there was a lot of conversation at that time about official parkland. Obviously, we hear all of the conversations and it's well heard of what was promised and how it was bought and how it was purchased. But staff did have a lot of conversations of what is official parkland, dedicated official parkland that fits those requirements. And that was really why we said out of an abundance of caution, because we couldn't find concrete documents at the time that said this is 100% parkland. And so that was why we brought that forward in Chapter 26, according to my recollection. October 8th, we had discussions of next steps for Project Sunflower. The city council directed the staff to prepare the interlocal agreement and bring it to council, as well as a separate, and I will make this distinction in just a little bit, but as well as a separate lease agreement for the Hayes County campus and park payments. So there was a lot of conversation recently that the interlocal agreement included the Hayes County building. The interlocal agreement that has been signed, and we'll talk about this in a minute, that was always and has always been only regarding the animal shelter and the one tract it's on. It's important to note that the lease agreement with the building and the money that was going from that lease to the park has never come before council and has never been seen or discussed in an open council meeting. So that agreement has never come forward and was never seen. We were directed to bring that back. We never got to it. As you'll see, the timeline kind of changes here. And then on October 8th, also the MOU with Buda was approved. November 18th, we had more, as we continued to get the ILA put together, we had more conversations in executive session with council. Same with November 20th, same with December 16th. We were having almost every single meeting at that point talking about negotiations and deal points. And then in December 16th, after Mayor, I think you'll remember this meeting. I will never forget it. We had the interlocal agreement on the council agenda to be approved. Mayor Pro Tem, you'll remember this as well. We had 2 members of council who were still seated on council, but they were not at that meeting. However, we had 2 members of council who had been elected in the election but hadn't been sworn in at that time. And there was a long, detailed conversation of allowing those members to pause this, to table this, and allowing those members to get sworn in, and then weigh in on this agreement that was coming forward, because it is a large agreement, and it did have a lot of deal points in it. So at that point on December 16th, after much discussion, it was tabled 4-1. And then the design contract was also obviously on that agenda as well, because the 2 are inextricably tied. So that was also tabled 4-1. On January 6th, after those 2 council members were sworn in and on council, we didn't want to just throw an ILA at them and say, here you go, vote on it. So we had a full background and history of Project Sunflower that we walked through from start to finish in executive session with the city council. Last one. And then on January 20th, that interlocal agreement was presented to city council and was approved 6-1. The design contract came back as well. That was also approved 6-1. And then the staff continued to work with Jackson Ryan on program confirmation, which I'll talk about in just a little bit. I would also note, after that, January 24th, we had a city council strategic workshop with all of our new council members that came on. There was some discussions about the animal shelter at that meeting. March 6th through 8th, we had a second city council strategic workshop. There was much discussion of it at that meeting. And then May 16th, a day that will live in infamy, the 5-year forecast meeting of our budget shortfall was presented by our now interim city manager, Pervez Mohit. And shortly after that, June 13th, we had a capital improvement plan meeting where we reviewed in light of that budget deficit, where we reviewed all the capital improvement plan projects that were put forward. The animal shelter certainly, and the ILA was certainly one of them. And council had discussions at that meeting to say, it is very important to take care of our animals, and that this is a very important thing that we cannot turn away from. But given the budget and given everything that's happened, we need to look at this. We need this to be brought back. So here we are, bringing it back. And then we'll talk about this on the next couple of slides. But on June 25th, just recently, Hays County sent the city a letter terminating, which they didn't necessarily need to, but terminating the memorandum of understanding as it related to, well, totally, but specifically as it related to the Hays County building, which also includes the park elements that were going into it as well. So that is the full timeline and historical walkthrough that is now burned into my brain for all eternity. So let's talk really quickly about these next 3 elements, and then we'll have full discussion with council. I want to make sure everyone is aware the current status of our memorandum of understanding, our ILA, and our design contract. I won't spend too much time on the current status of the MOU, specifically because it's completely null and void at this point for multiple reasons. But the MOU itself was the only document, and I want to make sure everyone understands this, it was the only document that included all 3 elements into one document, which was the county building, the park, and the animal shelter. We'll get to the ILA in a minute. This was just all 3 entities saying, yes, this is what we want to do, and we like this, and let's move forward with it. Like I said, on June 25th, Hays County terminated that MOU as it relates to the building and the park, so that's terminated from their side. But more importantly, there is a term and termination in the MOU that says the MOU becomes, is superseded when it's signed by a superseding document, which was the ILA. So the minute we signed an ILA with Buda and with Hays County, the MOU ceased to exist in its current form. So for all intents and purposes, the MOU doesn't hold any weight or exist for any of the entities that, that signed it originally. So that means with the ILA, we are only talking about, go all the way back, this piece of land, 17384. I was going to test y'all at the end of this with all the numbers for the tracts of land. So the MOU had the East County building on this tract of land, 17388, and the park elements were going to go on the 17390 tract of land. Now that the MOU is terminated and null and void across, you know, all those entities that sold it, I mean, that signed it, these tracts of land essentially have, other than conceptual, you know, park elements that we had from before, they have nothing going on. There's no plan. Even if we went forward fully with the ILA as it exists today, this tract of land does not get touched, and this tract of land does not get touched. So when we're talking about the ILA, we are only talking about this 17384 tract of land that has this, you know, kind of U-shaped design. The other two, as it stands today, are completely free and clear of anything going on them or being built on them as it relates to the MOU and what we're doing. So I want to make that very clear. Now, the current status of the ILA, and all the council members know this document very well. We've reviewed it. We had many conversations on it. This was a partnership with Hays County and Buda, and a breakdown of the split costs, both capital and operations, to take care of this specific area that's outlined in red. You saw the history of this being approved. I just want to make sure that everyone understands the current status of this document is that it is an interlocal agreement for that one tract of land alone to build the animal shelter and to have this breakdown of costs between all the different entities, and it has been signed by all parties. And it's really awaiting just council further discussion and direction. So it's really on pause right now. The design contract, I'll tell you where we're at with that. That's also on pause right now as well, awaiting further council direction. But this is signed by all parties, and it does incorporate this area. The document does not, I'll say this again, the document does not have anything about where this building goes. So I double checked it myself. The document does not say, there's nothing in the document that says it goes on that tract of land. It's all just about operations, capital, who pays, and we have not taken any money from any of our entities that we're paired with at this time. The current status of the design contract that was approved with the ILA, they wanted to do because that first feasibility we did was so hyper-focused on the city of Kyle itself, they wanted to make sure that they had all the right data and analytics for this area, which is a much expanded area and a tremendously higher amount of animals in this area, something to the tune of 70% of the county's, 70+% of the county's animals are in this area. And because of that, they wanted to go back and make sure that not only that the citizens and the stakeholders were aware of everything that we were doing, but also to make sure that all the data and the size of the building lined up with this specific area. So they did something that before they started design called a program confirmation, which was to go out and get not only stakeholder input, but also to talk to citizens and talk to stakeholders and make sure that they're fully aware of what we're doing and get their input on what they think about this area and update all of our analytics and our numbers. And so they have done that. They've gone through that exercise and had all of those public meetings, and timing was kind of perfect because right when they finished that program confirmation for the ILA and we're about to move into schematic design where they're, start actually designing this building on that site, we had the budget meeting and the CIP meeting. And so we called Jackson and Ryan and said, hey, stop at program confirmation. It's the perfect place to stop before you start designing a building on a plot of land. And we want to talk to council about the budget. We want to talk to them about the building and where it goes and what it looks like. So right now, they have paused, and they haven't started designing that building on that site, and are ready to start whenever we get full approval and direction from council. I think Amy has one more slide, and then we'll jump into full conversation.
So I was at Disney World on the June 13th meeting. Apparently, we like to go to Disney in this city. So I missed the question that council asked at that meeting, and so I just want to go through a little bit of what legal requirements apply to government entities. And the big spoiler is basically there's no specific requirement that a city own or operate animal shelter, nor is there a specific requirement that a county own or operate an animal shelter. There are some requirements about specific animal control services And there are specific provisions that would allow the city to contract with the county to provide those, or some private entity to provide those animal control services. Specifically, standards for rabies control, there are standards for animal-related attacks, animal-related issues. There are, of course, penal code violations for mistreatment of animals that in some cities are simply enforced by PD. I'm not suggesting that we stop providing the animal control services at the level that we do, but the specific legal requirements to provide those services are not in state law. This is something that we have chosen to do.
So at this point, before we move into future options, because that will be a whole discussion in itself, that is the full overview, and we want to field any questions or take any feedback from council. Once we do that, we'll do the next 4 slides of future options and where we go from here.
All right. Comments, questions? Hold it to the end. Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Okay, thank you. For years now, I've been doing, or not for years, but just for a while now, I've been doing a lot of research on all this right here. And so I just kind of want to give you some of my thoughts. And I'm addressing this to everybody, including council. So at a glance, we as council must look at the real world cost drivers for a shelter if we go forward. Research that I've done says animal shelters, staffing medical care, and standalone facilities costs are the driving force to a major city's overall budget. What doesn't help is at times neglect of these animals. It's from its owners, lack of education for animal care, an increase in population, daily economics in households and rentals with strict animal housing rules play a bigger role. This is just not an issue for Kyle. This is not a city of Kyle issue. This is also a county issue. This is also a Hays County issue as well as Buda and so forth. Statewide and national crisis everyone is facing when it comes to animal welfare. We in the city and the Kyle is not alone. So going forward, if when choosing or considering a facility, we must factor in costs from a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly basis that we need to consider. Somebody's going to eventually have to pay. So here's some just small examples. The facility rent, the mortgage, staffing, FTEs, veterinarians and kennel staff for 7 days a week, intake volumes, the cost for medical care, vaccines, exams, spay-neuter procedures, dumpster, and animal waste services on a daily basis, hazardous waste handling, dog food, cat food, supplies, dogs and cats and livestock and wildlife that require special medical and diet care. Those have costs as well. Operational overhead, utilities, electricity, water usage, insurance, and administration, weekly, monthly maintenance and repairs, kennel repairs, locks, cages, bedding, fencing, 24-hour HVAC, licensing, and state permits from state and local governments. Costs of special events, marketing and donation drives, unplanned medical and repair costs. Also, we need to consider building security costs and surveillance added to the overall monthly and yearly budgets. So again, these are just small examples. But if we as a city is to join forces with other entities, we must first, yes, choosing a location site is important, but not as important as identifying, as what Ms. Sherry said earlier, what is the overall mission of this project? And if we collaborate with those, whether Hays County, Buda, or any other city, or any other nonprofits, what is this mission statement our residents, and including most important, our taxpayers, will need to understand? There needs to be a real-time commitment, and I agree we must have short and long-term goals to include shared funding, policies, and also adoption policies. But for us right now, we need to really consider is the funding. Funding is the key, but how to sustain the funding yearly is going to be crucial as we move forward on this. So it's something that we need to consider on that end. So, I understand the need, and I understand the purpose and the mission overall. But I think it for me right now, it's going to be the budget, the cost. If we were to decide to either go standalone or continue with this ILA, the big questions is there's already a breakdown of percentages from the county and then us and then Buda. But what are those percentages really, what are they? Is it $10 million for the facility? How much is each one of us is gonna pay? Also, at the very end of the ILA, it does state that they can terminate at any time, right? So let's say Buda says, hey, I'm out. Then who pays up their portion? Or if Hayes County eventually says, you know what, we want our own facility now, then who's stuck with the bill with the 100% on that end? So we have to kind of look at all of that. And I think right now with where we're at, we have to look at the cost factor of it all. If we're going to if the city is going to take on the entire, I don't want to say the burden of the county, because again, there's other animals that would come in from other areas. We have to really consider what we're going to look at on that end. So just the feedback from everybody else.
All right, Councilmember Goza.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias makes some excellent points. They mirror a lot of my own. Doing cat rescue, we interact with a lot of municipal rescues, shelters. There is a definite lack of funding for these municipally owned rescues and shelters. We see so many sick animals. I have had kittens that have come to me one day, and then I find out that they euthanized their entire kitten room the next day because of an upper respiratory infection that a kitten brought in. It is just the reality of this. And so my preference would be to look for a partnership with somebody like Austin Pets Alive to partner with us on this rather than it being a specifically city-run project. And that's something that, we can really look at what's available. Like we could do a ground-up building on some other piece of land. It doesn't have to go on this parkland. But I think we really need to get that program together. I was so excited for what the county was doing when they had that partnership. It was bid out, and they were one of the two contractors who applied to it and were qualified. So that's where my focus would be, because they've got a different reach. They've got networks that they can send these animals into that municipal shelter wouldn't normally have, and it takes time to build all that. So even if we have this large facility without all those networks in place, we may still have an animal problem there. And the longer, your animals are staying in the shelter, they become anxious, and it changes their behavioral patterns, so you don't want long-term stays in there. You also need to have like a barn cat program, because you'll have cats that come in that can't be socialized. So there's a lot of considerations, and doing something like this would make me feel a lot better in having a partner that is really, really experienced and has the connections to be able to help us fulfill that, help us with fundraising, and try to take some of the burden off of the taxpayers for the shelter.
Anybody else? Gonna wait to the end? Okay. Before we move forward, I think it would have been helpful to have some of this information for previous council. I don't know what their votes would have been like. I do kind of question why so many people have showed up since the vote was taken. That tells me that maybe there wasn't a real good outreach, especially to those people in that vicinity, because as soon as they became aware of it, they showed up to every one of our meetings. And so I do hear that it's been talked about. It was an executive, it was an open session, but the truth of the matter is I can't imagine anybody in that area was ever thinking that that was going to be anything but parkland. So they probably weren't aware that they should have been on the lookout. I think notification to their homes, something a little bit more direct, would have been helpful to them to be able to come out and speak up. And it's frustrating for me because we are now the ones to have to move forward with this. And I know the need for an animal shelter. I know a need for making sure that we do it right and doing it within our financial means. And so, without a doubt, we have to move forward. How that's going to look, for me, is not ever going to be on Kyle Vista. People were promised. I just looked it up and I found the article that states how the city. And I think it was 2016. And the Crosswinds website back in 2017, which is still live, shows the new park coming. Also, there was an article in 2019 about community impact. And so, for me, it's hard to believe that the fact that this was supposed to be a park land is should have been known, ultimately. And I guess we believe what we want to believe on whatever aspect that is, whether you're a council member or staff. If you feel like you did your due diligence and you're doing the right thing, then you're going to move forward with that. Unfortunately, me and Councilmember Goza, and to an extent, Mayor Pro Tem, did enough research that we were like, we would like to have more information. We often get judged for that, but I think in this case, it's duly noted and well-earned, and I think those residents have a right to keep whatever parkland that they were promised. So I think we're ready to move on.
We will move into the options now, and I will say it's good feedback from council, and all of those details, Mayor Pro Tem, that you outlined, and the programming, Councilmember Goza, very important, and a deep dive into the feasibility study, the operations, the cost. Tonight, we are going way high level. We are going location and future funding options, because to your point, how we pay for it and where it goes before we get into any programming or any operations or anything in the deep dive area, square footage, ventilation, plumbing, all of that is secondary if we don't know where it's going and how we're paying for it. I think it's well said by council. So these future options, we will not do a deep dive into the actual animal shelter itself. That would come later. But they will outline 4 big buckets and feedback from council, and ultimately, if we can get a vote on which direction to go in, would be very helpful for staff moving forward. So we'll start with the first one. The first option, based on everything you guys heard in the history of this project, is to continue this tri-party partnership, the ILA. Remember, this is only for the animal shelter. The Hays County building and the park are no longer on the table at this point. And it's only for that one plot of land, the one section of land. But it would be to continue the partnership the way that it's designed, the way that it is, without changing anything. That's just option one, just moving forward the way that it's set up right now. We're looking at a facility of approximately 31,000 square feet, most likely more. Because of that area that it's in, we would only want to build a facility at, top tier facility. You're talking 700 plus $100 per square foot. A construction cost of, generally around $21.7 million. The site would be that element, that one area of Kyle Vista, approximately 7 acres based on the amount of intake that would be coming in for that area that includes taking in 70% of the county's intake. Some challenges with moving forward with option one. I'm just going to be blunt. Intergovernmental cooperation, capital and operations is very difficult. Mayor Pro Tem, I remember all the meetings we had and all the discussions that we had on it. One time you outlined it is hard to work with other governmental agencies. No matter how going into it, everybody says it's going to be great. We're all going to play nice. I remember the whole conversation we had at council. It is difficult, and it is difficult to work with. At a certain point, council members change over, staff changes over, agreements and handshakes and get forgotten, and then it's there can be fighting on it. So that is one element of option one that is a challenge. Funding is also a challenge. We talked about this today. We would either do a CO bond for our portion of the percentage of the costs and the operation, or a GO, which would be go out, for voter approval. I have 27, 28, but I talked to interim city manager Pervez today. It would be at earliest 28 that we would go out for the GO bond for that. So if we were doing GO, it would be earliest 2028, but CO would be, sooner. And then that area is a large intake. It is To Councilmember Goza's point, one big challenge with this agreement is that is a tremendous intake, not just the animals within Kyle, but that large area, the 70% of the county. And that means the building has to be bigger and the operation has to be bigger. So that's option one. Option two is to continue the tri-party, just like option one, continue based on the agreement that we have, the ILA that we have, but not at Kyle Vista property. The city would go out and find another property that fits the required 6 to 7 acres, that we could construct the 31,000 plus square foot building, that we would have, that we would also go out and get the funding the same way, either CO or GO, but we would find another area in the city. Some of the challenges with that is the evaluation of the site itself. If we don't own the site, we have to buy the site. So now the cost goes up. We did look at a few areas. We had a whole meeting, a large executive meeting where we had our master GIS tech pull up every single open portion of land that the city owns, and we said we need 6 to 7 acres. What is that? Where are they? What do they look like? One place we did find, and again, this is just staff doing some research, is on the eastern side of the Sportsplex area. So you have the right through 1626. You have phase one of the fields that are going in on that western side. But on the eastern side, over where Sovereign Flavors is, if you guys remember just a little south of there, there's a big industrial area with land. I think in the phase, my goodness, I'd have to go back and look, 8 or 9 or 10 of the Sportsplex plan. That area is floodway 7. Thank you, Councilmember McKinney. That area is floodway, but there's a northern portion of that area that can be built on, and we were looking at that, and it would be open. It's by the railroad tracks that goes by there, and the area off of 1626 is easily accessible for people to get into. It's just a large piece of land that we own. That's what was one of the areas we looked at. But we could look at other pieces of land that we own or other pieces of land that we could purchase. Option 2 is continue forward on a different piece of land. Yes.
That's different information from what I've been told from my time on the task force, was that we couldn't build anything vertical along that whole side by the railroad tracks because of flooding issues.
The vast majority of that area is in the floodway or the floodplain, but there is a portion, I think it was proposed we would put like little concession stands and stuff around fields that were there that is buildable. But it's just something that staff was spitballing at the time. We would obviously have to evaluate the site, the restrictions of the site, the review of the site itself, if there was any dirt work that needed to be done because of the flooding. But it was just a piece of land. Really, option 2 is continue the way with the tri-party agreement on a different site. That's really what option 2 is. We just had a site that we had looked at and figured we would mention it. Option 3 is, this is a big departure from option 1 and 2. Option 3 is that the city goes forward with a standalone facility. So just that initial feasibility study that we started with, just the city of Kyle's needs itself, and at that point, because we were doing that, the size of the building would decrease dramatically because we aren't taking that large intake in. Depending on where we put it, the site could be evaluated, because now we don't need 6 to 7 acres because of the size. It could be on a smaller tract of land, which opens up more land that we could look at. Depending on where it goes, it wouldn't necessarily need to be 700 plus per square foot. It could be built much cheaper, because that 700 plus per square foot was because we were dropping it in a very highly visible area, right? So we could still get the same amount of operations out of it and take care of the animals the same, but the actual aesthetic of the building wouldn't need to be so high end, because it's not, depending on where it is, it wouldn't be so highly visible. There are options of a possible retrofit or renovation of other facilities. So with a smaller facility, we might be able to maybe purchase a facility and renovate or retrofit it. Obviously, there's just things that we've discussed. We haven't looked heavily into this. The funding, the challenges would be, we still need to fund it. With a smaller building and less cost for the building, the price would obviously go down, but we would be looking at COs or GOs in the same way that we were looking at with the larger building. Yes, sir.
Is this area that we would consider part of TERS 2? Is that part of the TERS?
I would have to check, but I believe it is. I believe
So
it
if
is.
we were to consider that site, being that it's a TERS 2, when it comes to a facility to retrofit or any future modifications or things like that, that would fit in that if we were to go with the site right there, it would actually fit in that TERS to where we could be able to help.
We would have to evaluate all that. We may have put the cart before the horse here on the actual site. Really, that was just the site we found.
It just
we would
clicked
have
to
to
me.
do all of that research,
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, to make sure that the site, to Councilmember McKinney's point, we'd have to make sure that it's buildable for what we were trying to do. The site evaluation, there might be committees we have to go through to get it approved. But that was just a site that we looked at and thought, hey, we own it. We could take a look at it. It's really option 3 is take care of the city's need alone, not the ILA, and put it. That allows us to put it in some other spot within the city.
I mean, I'm just thinking out loud.
I know.
Geobond, TERS area, the facility itself. If we were not to go with county, or we did go with county, because they are part of the TERS, they are on the board, and it's right there on the border of Buda. So I'm just thinking out loud. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. So the fourth option is very close to what Councilmember Goza outlined in her feedback just now. It is, we do not construct a facility. We do not build our own operation. We find and partner with outside agencies, other agencies. If Hays County develops, buys, retrofits a building, builds their own building, we would partner with them and utilize them. It would be, we are going to keep our animal shelter operation, our animal services operations going, but we would find partnerships that work and that help us, but we do not construct our own building and run our own operation. Some legal considerations that are on here, I think we talked about already, but some of the challenges with that is finding and negotiating with those outside partners. Mayor Pro Tem, to your exact point, our mission as a city might not align with their mission, and so that could be difficult. Once you partner with an agency like that, you have very little control over the operations, policies, and procedures. We might be okay with that. They might have great operations, policies, and procedures, but it would be theirs. It wouldn't be ours. We would just be a partner with them. And they can change unexpectedly. If you're partnering with someone, they can decide they don't want to anymore, or they can decide that they're going to shut their doors. There's just a lot of factors you don't have control over, but we would not be building a facility. We'd be contracting with either nonprofits, partners, or another entity that we could partner with. So again,
Jesse?
Yes.
So when we looked at the cost of the facility, the $21.7 million for the facility with all 3 of the entities together, our portion of that's 38%. And 33.
32.7.
32.7%. And if we go on our own, it's $8 million. So the difference on that is how much?
I don't know, we might have to ask Andy to do some math again.
Huh? 6 to 1, half dozen the other. So it's not really a big savings to us to go with the smaller facility.
If those are the numbers, we would have to, the smaller facility, if we don't know, we have not done any deep research into what we could actually get the per square foot down to.
That is significantly lower than what we were presented before, just for the record.
Yeah. And also on the locations, the consultant that we have had suggested originally, we'd have them look at locations. They originally suggested 5 locations, which we narrowed to 3. I would like to have those included in the evaluation of a location.
Sure, absolutely. We still have all of that information from the feasibility study.
The Vista was the one that we chose as the best option, but that left actually, 4 others that were potential.
True.
And I don't think the one in over by Laverde was part of that at all.
I think the tract itself was, but not specifically the one we're showing right now. The whole tract, I think, was one that was evaluated.
Okay. Thanks.
So, Open to full discussion on options, but I'll just recap very quickly. Continue as is on the site at Cal Vista. Continue as is, the ILA as is on a different site. Go standalone a facility with just City of Kyle, and or move forward without a facility and aggressively look at partnerships with agencies or nonprofits.
All right, feedback? Councilmember Goza?
I have some concerns about partnering with the county because I have been told by multiple people that it is very difficult to collect money from the county, that they have not been a good partner with the current animal shelter, that there's been some issues with that. And we had a former Hays County judge that came here and said the same thing tonight. So that just, it gives me a lot of pause for concern, because if we go with them, are we going to get our money, or are we going to be left holding the bag? It's a big risk if there's a proven track record of not paying. So I think that has to be considered really over and above, because even if we're paying less, if we're left holding that entire bag, we're not doing our taxpayers any favors at all. So that's one of my huge concerns. I would love to personally just kind of do what Hays County originally did and put it out for bid and see, have a plan in mind of the services that we want, who can adhere to these services. I'd love to mimic exactly what Hays County spent all that money for on their feasibility study, to get a service here that does like the food pantry for the pets, the pet resource center, to really work on shelter diversion and keep our animals out of the shelter when possible. Partner for those spay-neuter programs, maybe get some low-cost dentals and things like that to make caring for their animals a bigger reality. I know the budget is going to be difficult. I do think that I'd like to see what those options are before we decide like when we're going to put it out on the ballot, or if we're going to do a CO bond. There is a lot of demand in the city from people who are calling for a shelter. So I think it would pass very well on a bond, on an election. So that's not a huge concern, but keeping those costs minimal is a big concern. So I don't know if that really gives you a whole lot of feedback, but that's where I would like to go.
Okay. Councilmember McKinney?
I don't know, this is the first I'm hearing that our county treasurer isn't paying bills. I'd like to hear some more about that sometime. I'm certainly not married to the Kyle Vista site. Logistically, when we looked at the heat map, the majority of the animals were coming from that northeast quadrant, that kind of that Ulen, Niederwald, kind of between them and Buda area. And so logistically, the northeast part of Kyle made sense for how quickly you can get that animals back and forth to and from. We had significant investment in infrastructure in that area, so it would have the minimal impact on traffic congestion, things like that. Like there were a lot of factors that we did consider when we looked at that particular space. Open to considering other spots. I don't want to trade one parkland for another parkland. I feel like that's just, at that point, what are we doing? But then again, at that point, are we going to have to look at purchasing more land? And then we're sinking more and more and more into this. I think we can all agree that the need is there. We're just trying to find the best way to solve that need. I've said since day one, I wish this need didn't exist, but that's not the world we live in. I feel like partnering with the county and Buda is the best and most efficient way to go about providing that service, especially considering how many would be coming from outside of the city of Kyle. If we just did our own thing, those animals would still come to our facility. There's no geofencing that we can put around and say, no, that's not our animal. We would end up having to take care of those services. This way, at least we get the funding from those regions that are responsible for it. Wouldn't mind seeing some options for the sites again. We can talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and kind of move on from there.
Has Buda thought about building one for themselves as well? Has any of them stepped up to say, hey, we'll put it in our city?
I've done
Has
this long enough to know that I will not speak for Buda.
Yeah. I know everybody says Buta's better, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm all for getting this up and running. It's been a long time coming. If eventually we have to go with I feel more comfortable going with the GO bond versus CO, because you're putting it on the voters. You're basically putting it on them, saying if this is a need that's needed in our city, and if the demand is there, then they have the final say. If if it means that the taxes go up a little or however, hopefully by then we'll be in a better financial spot. But if it comes down to funding our portion, I feel more comfortable going with the GO bond, putting it out there for the voters to vote on, because it would be a large facility, and then you can go from there.
That's a great point. I agree completely. The GO bonds are the way to go. I think realistically, we'd be looking at next November, which means we would have to really get the ball rolling as far as having concrete enough plans to be able to put something tangible on the ballot so the voters could have something that they can fully understand and articulate whenever it's time to vote.
I agree with you. And that includes the mission statement. That includes any partnerships. That includes any kind of feasible cost. That also includes the plans itself. By then, we should have a location designed, ready to go again. Because like I said, there's many other options out there that we want to be able to choose. And for all you know, like I said, maybe the county and the city of Butte, or one of them might say, hey, look, we can partner with you guys and we can put it on the borderline of our district. And I think by then we would also have a marketing program on it, and we can be able to also develop policies, procedures, because once it gets going, you want to be able to have the language on the ballot specifically designed as far as this is why we're going to you for a bond for the cost. This is the need for our animals. Here's the plan, here's the program, here's who we're partnering, or if we decide to go solo, it gives it a whole outline for the general public to see this is a need that we have, but we also put it on them just to help us fund this entity here. And I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
Councilmember Harris?
So if we go with a GO bond, were you saying, Travis, that 28 was really the earliest? And I'm hearing you guys say this November.
Next November.
27.
Yes.
Would 28 be the earliest, or could we do it 27? And that's the first question.
Yes, we can do November of 27, but it would have to be on a high-speed track.
Mm-hmm.
We would have to have a bond committee already scheduled and set up, start talking about it. We need to know the location. We need to know, are we doing it alone? Are we doing it jointly? So all of those questions have to be answered. Plus, we have to have at least 30% of design done to get a good, solid cost estimate to let the voters know what they're voting on, so we can do a tax impact analysis.
I do have a question about that. If we did go out to bond, is our bond rating dependent on our reserve?
It is one of the factors they look at, yes.
So, we've kind of had this conversation, but my concern is making sure that we replenish the reserve to the best of our ability, so our bonds, which we are going to need to bond out for a few things, even if it's CO bonds, do not come back at high interest rate, which is only going to negatively affect the residents. So I think that's really just for council.
True.
Okay.
So I have another question.
Okay.
I have two questions. So the other question is, San Marcos Shelter has put us on notice that we need to get this done. Are they going to be patient with us for another 2 years or so before we get this wrapped up?
I will not speak for San Marcos. However, I would say we would need to meet with them and let them know exactly what we're doing and have full conversations with them.
How much do we spend to take our animals over to San Marcos?
I will ask Brianna to come up and help with that.
Thank you, Brianna.
Brianna Geddes, Animal Control Supervisor for the record. We are around 399,000 this year, and the next ILA is going up to like almost, it's like 470,000, somewhere in there.
Thank you.
All right. So I do have a few questions besides the bond and the geo bond, and I love the idea of a geo bond because I like giving that kind of authority to the residents. And one of my concerns was the timeline and making sure that we were going to have enough time to talk to San Marcos and say this is our plan and it's solid and they can trust us. I do want to address the fact that the county did have on the agenda the purchase of the Pause building. I think they're going to obtain an appraisal, and so that makes me a little bit nervous because I don't want our city to be holding the bag. We have, and I've talked about this before, when this county and the city had the partnership for the dispatch, it was like a really bad breakup. And it was like, it's not you, it's me, and it made things really uncomfortable. And so although I would support, I am hesitant to figure out how we get into a relationship with the county. Because I feel like anytime you go into an agreement, you should be thinking about your exit strategy. And like, in the event something doesn't work out, how do we leave that situation? So if we do partner with them, I think it's also going to be important to also build into there what it's going to look like if we leave. Not just like they're going to leave and they have to pay their part of the bond. It's not going to be, or they're part of the building. I think it's going to be, it should be at least a little more complicated than that. I wish we would have talked to Buda. That would have been nice. I'd like to know where they stand and how dependent they are on us. Because they're going to also have to ask San Marcos, is that correct, for an extension as well? Do we know if Buda uses San Marcos?
They do use them. I don't know what their relationship is with San Marcos.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, since we're taking the lead on this, when we make a move, it's going to affect other people, to include the county and Buda. And so I would like to bring them to the table to have a discussion and say, we know, what are your plans if we decide that we just decide to go on our own? I would like to see what the staffing of this is going to look like, cost-wise. Because Mayor Pro Tem is right, there's a lot of costs that are entailed to this. We are already trying to make up a deficit, and some people feel like we don't need to make it up this is going to be 3 years. We were in a deficit last year, this year, and next year will be 3 years. And so I don't think we want to elongate that any longer than we need to. So if we can get, if you guys can bring back hopefully some information, before we move forward, I would like to go to the options and have us tell them, like for me, option 1 is not an option. Can we do that? Can we decide like at least how we want this to look in the future? Like in the end, do we want a partner? Do we want to do it on our own? For me, I'm not doing it on Kyle Vista. If other people want to, that they're free to vote how they want, but that is not going to be.
Mayor, that would be fantastic because a lot of the deep dive information that's being mentioned, we have. We have operation numbers, we have size of building, but all of that means nothing without exactly what you just said. So we would love for council to give us that direction, and then we can certainly bring an item back to get into the deep dive of the numbers.
Okay. So there are three options or 4? 2, 1. 1, 2, 1.
ILA, the way it stands, ILA on a different site, city alone on any site, and no building partnerships. So 4.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to remove option 1.
Second.
All right. I have a motion to remove option 1 and a second by Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. Is there any conversation? All right, all in
Not a
favor?
hill I'm willing to die on.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to bring this back, to talk about it, to listen to the residents, to reassure them that, you know, they matter. And, you know, sometimes we do make decisions where we don't have full information. And I always trust that if our council has the right information, then we will make the right choices. And so I do appreciate them being willing to go back and say, okay, we're not willing to die on that hill. And so with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-1. You guys are good.
Now. Sorry, that's 5-0.
5-0, sorry. I'm sorry. 5-0.
Now just three options.
Now we're down to 3. All right, so do we want to, so when you say tri-party, we're talking about county and Buda?
That's the ILA, yes. So ILA, now we know it would be on a separate site. So ILA, city builds a facility on their own, or no facility and partners with agencies and/or nonprofits.
Ooh, you raise a good question, Mayor, because if the county is looking at purchasing a facility here in Kyle for the same reason, has any of them reached out to us to say, hey, by the way, I know we have an ILA, but we're looking at purchasing a building in your city? Have we had any conversations from any of the commissioners? And I'm not going to be pointing fingers on who, but
in regards to that piece of
Yeah.
property and those conversations, no, we haven't had any. I haven't. I don't think anyone at this table has.
Okay.
And I saw that item as well, Mayor. It was on executive, so there was no open discussion on it, but they did come out and make the motion that the mayor mentioned. So.
I think there was an item, but it just gave the address. So,
Okay. But nobody's reached out to say, hey, we're thinking about talking about this in executive. in
Not
that
to
area.
staff, not to staff to my knowledge.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, you might remember, we talked about that as a possible option for
Yeah.
us when it first came up, and the size and the space were just completely too small. It
And
was-
cost, what they were asking.
Well,
for.
yeah, that was us trying to partner with them. They were
Yeah.
more, spending more than we were willing to spend on.
and yeah, I think that area is
Yeah.
only an acre. So here's my concern is that they moved forward on something and we don't know.
Yeah.
And so it would be nice if they had come to us and said, this is our plan, but we're also going to still partner with you guys. Again, you know what I mean? This is the issue that you have when you partner and there's not clear communication.
Yeah.
And so if we've gone this far, I mean, they sent us the cancellation of the MOU, didn't really need to. They changed they felt it was best to move the Kyle campus without going through all this information. So I do kind of hesitate about partnering. I don't know. So as an example, I was a single mom and I made all the choices. I'm married and I have like choices with my husband. And so sometimes this is tougher. It's easier just to be on your own and be like, well, I can just make the decisions and I don't have to get permission from somebody else.
But it is mutually beneficial for the three of us to partner on this. They may very well be looking at something temporary, realizing that we have kind of more of a long-term.
Well, they may be considering that space for something completely
Yeah.
unrelated. We don't know.
Yeah, that's the whole point is, again, we don't know. Like, it's, for me, communication, even if it's awkward communication, is gonna be important. And that's gotta start from the beginning. And so, my other concern is biting off more than we can chew. And if we are in charge of overseeing the construction and the staffing and the needs, I think like Councilmember Goza said, I mean, regardless if it's factual that some people or entities are not paying their bills on time, at the end of the day, the city of Kyle is always gonna be responsible for that amount. So whether we get paid or not, it is now our responsibility. The other concern though is what Councilmember McKinney said, which is how are we gonna say this is not from our city if someone brings in an animal? how do we manage? Brianna,
I know.
how do we?
Here's a little kitten that's showing up at your doorstep. Sorry,
Here's a
we're not
kitty cat.
taking you.
So yeah, I would be interested to know how we would mitigate that. I mean, we certainly wouldn't drive. We wouldn't have staff go out there and pick it up. So that would be one elimination, but that doesn't stop people from dropping it off.
The San Marcos shelter turns it down based on driver's license address.
Oh.
Location is usually how it's managed. However, I've learned this recently. Not only do people fib, but when in dire situations, if they're turned away, many times they just drop the animal on the front door and drive off. So, and then at that point, it needs to be taken care of. So,
Yeah, the animal has a new address.
It's
close.
To Councilmember McKinney's point, operating a shelter, you become the shelter for the region or the area at least in many ways.
Go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
Are you ready for a motion on this?
For number 2, I
would like to make a motion that we accept number 2 with the condition that all the parties are still on board with it, and that we can get a satisfactory agreement as we continue forward with the costing.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Laura Lee Harris and a second by Councilmember McKinney. Is there any conversation on this? Councilmember Tobias?
Yeah. Are you wanting to look at this, Dr. Harris, in relation to the cost itself or just the agreements? Because again, contracts have endings. And so, are we going to be in the same situation 10 years from now or 5 years from now that, or are we going to be fully responsible for, well, obviously we are because, we're going to be under that. And is it going to continue to go under the funding of a GO bond for our share? And how would that work with two different entities on that end?
Yeah, I think that that's something we'll have to investigate, get more clear. None of this is very clear. This is just a general direction for us to move.
Well, I would like to know what the cost difference is between option 2 and option 3. And I know there's a motion on the floor, but I don't think we need to partner with a nonprofit. I think that would be that would be a lot. And I'm not big on having control, but I'm not big on having no control as well.
Yeah.
So I think we can eliminate option 4.
I agree
If
with
you guys are okay with that? No, you want number 3? You want number 4?
I really like number 4. I think you could put it out for bid. You could see what services, like say what services you're specifically looking for, see what they come back with, see what they might charge to build a facility. One of the things that a lot of these places do is they have a lot of fundraising capability, and so it could even defray the total amount of construction costs if they were to build the building and everything for us. So I think it gives us a greater amount of flexibility because we can absolutely dictate whether we want, a 5-year term, a 10-year term, like what that looks like, how we partner with them. They might decide that they want to come in here and do the areas that we already have the ILA for. It doesn't have to be just for us. I see so much more flexibility with that.
Okay.
There's a motion on the
I
floor.
see us losing a lot of direction by just handing it over to somebody else.
Yeah. So there's a motion on the floor?
There is a motion. If you want to call the question, you can. I would like to at least amend it to bring option 2 and option 3 back so we can see the difference in price. And then we can make, I think, a clearer judgment that way on whether or not we want to have the tri-party partnership.
Well, I think staff was saying that depending on the location would dramatically affect price.
Yeah.
Yeah, the location and who's involved, correct?
Well, no, because it's 6 to 1, half a dozen the other if we do it ourselves or we use the tri-party partnership.
Is that true, Jesse?
I just think the building absolutely has to be a certain size and accommodate a certain intake if we're partnering, because we know that we have that large intake that's coming in. The analytics and where it is of how much we can drop the actual cost of the building if we go by ourselves has not been deep dived, looked into. So I think to the mayor's point, that's the element that you would want to see, is what you're saying. That we know that the building's going to be a certain size and have to accommodate a certain amount of animals based on the agreement that we have. But what would it look like from just our numbers and the building at any number of given sites if it was just us on our own, which is a fair assessment to see what those numbers would look like.
Well, us on our own, we're going to have all the animals anyway. They're going to be coming to us. The county is not going to help us with that. Buta's not going to build their own shelter.
But we wouldn't design the shelter expecting to take the 70% of the county's
What are you going to
intake.
do with them? They're going to come.
I just mean design. I'm just talking design.
They're going to come to us one way or the other. We might as well have the partnership that helps pay for that.
How?
That was my thought process.
Yeah, I'm confused about how, is that what San Marcos does? They just take all the animals?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that why they euthanize so many of them? They do. Yeah, I'm going to ask you guys to please. Thank you. You don't have to, but we are going to ask.
Point of order from the 7-7 meeting. I thought you guys decided to have the presentation and then vote on August 18th. Is that right?
Yeah, we're voting on direct. Yeah, right now we're just giving direction.
Directing.
Yeah. So, but with that said,
So Mayor, I have a question. I don't know if I'm out of order.
Never.
Before y'all vote, let's say it's a three-party deal, and we opt for a GO bond, and the voters decide no. Now what happens with Buda and county? Or vice versa. If they decide, Buda decides to go GO bond and that bond fails.
do we know how they're paying for that? Do we know how the county's going to pay for that?
We've had discussions with them, but not officially, no. We don't. I'm not going to speak for Buda or the county.
There is a provision in the ILA that if there's no appropriated funding in the budget, then they could terminate their portion. I guess at that point, if it happened to the county or Buda, we would take them out of the equation. But that's something that we should definitely discuss with the other parties. if we're
Yeah,
gonna
I
move
thought I
forward.
read in the ILA that it stated that they could leave at any time, but they would have to pay for their own share. So if they, like, when do we get started on that? Like, I guess, looking at funding it, I would, as, the representative of 65,000 taxpayers in the city of Kyle, I would want to make sure that the city of Buda and the county are also going to hold their fair share before we proceed. So how does that work? How does the timeline sync up?
So there's a difference before we incur any costs, which is right now, versus after we've incurred costs. So right now, if they were to put it on a bond, we would not have incurred costs yet, and then they could get out. In the future, once we've incurred the costs, that's a different situation. They'd have to pay their costs.
But if we all agree to move forward with the bond or whatever, and it fails at some point on somebody's behalf, whether it's the city of Butte or the city of Kyle, how does that look?
I mean, that's a good question. My suggestion would be to do them all at the same time if we can. We're going to do GOs, right?
I don't know what they're doing.
So what, Dr. Harris, are you suggesting to go with the tri-party, have an ILA with the county and Buda, but put it on a GO bond for the residents of Kyle to vote on? To vote on to
Well,
say.
I don't think we're quite that
Well,
detailed.
that's how we
but,
would have to
yeah.
pay for it.
Yes.
We would ask the residents of Kyle to go for a GO bond
For our
for
portion.
our share, and it would be in the bond language, and then whatever our share would be, which you say maybe about 9 million or maybe 10 on that end, plus the cost, then the county would have to pick up their share
In Buda.
in Buda. And like you're saying, if the bond fails, that's 2 years we've wasted, right?
If our bond fails, if their bond fails, they don't get, they have to find a
Then-
way of financing it or they're out of the agreement.
Versus the other option of us going solo.
Going
And-
solo, we're still going to get the animals and then have to figure out how to take care of them.
And maybe this will help. Like Councilmember Harris said, this is not set in stone.
Yeah.
But they are three very different directions to go into. And so we can bring back, obviously we would, many times, more detail, more conversation, more numbers, more analytics behind it. But each one of these is one completely different direction than the other, and that's where staff is, saying,
yeah, I get it.
where do we go?
We've only eliminated one, but that's progress, right? And because Councilmember Goza also would like to look at the nonprofits being involved too, and it would be interesting to know how that works. In Austin, I think Austin uses Pets Alive. Is that true?
They have an Austin shelter, and then Austin Pets Alive does a lot of shelter diversion. So they take a lot of animals out of that. So what they were talking about doing when they were partnering with the county potentially would be developing that specific program for the county that they had the feasibility study on. And so the feasibility study was part of the bidding process. And so that's what they were going to work on developing here. So like if they bid on our project and they were doing that, then they would do the programming that we wanted them to do.
Okay.
That's
Well,
always
you
a
know,
possibility.
yeah,
I don't think this
Any
precludes
nonprofit.
us from being able to coordinate with
Yeah.
a nonprofit in the future.
No.
Okay, well, I did speak before I was elected, I spoke with the county judge, and he kind of felt like it was the county's, I'll support whatever you guys do, but I also support if you guys say you want the county to do it. And so when I sat down and had that conversation, that's when I was like, okay, is this really, and I've said this before, is this really the city's responsibility? Is this the county's responsibility? Like, what does that look like? I just think it's a lot for Kyle to take on. This is a lot for our city to have to pick up, especially if we're gonna cover the county and we're gonna cover Buda, then why is the county not doing this?
It's an excellent question. And according to the timeline, their timeline started 2 years before us, and yet
Right.
we're significantly further along than they ever
Because
got.
because we
passed it to
presented
us.
this ILA.
They started 2 years before we were even talking about an ILA.
Yeah, and
They reached out to us because we were getting further than they were.
True.
Yeah, they dropped their programming and they dropped the whole concept and idea. And I'm just curious as to why. Like, why are we picking up the slack for the county?
Well,
We pay
there's-
county taxes.
They're 64.5% of the project, so we're not really picking up for the county.
Well, except for I feel like this should be 0% our responsibility, especially if we're picking up the county.
I would not disagree with that.
I feel like it's the little
Yeah,
brother taking care of the
issue is
big
that
brother.
They didn't get the job done, and we have to do something because they didn't get the job done.
Yeah, I just wonder why we have to cover them if they're not willing to cover us. Yeah, they're gonna give us 38%, but this is a big lift for our staff. This is a big lift for our city. To have this
And this is-
full time, and we don't
To your
have.
credit, this is also all new staff, because this is
Yeah.
very specialized.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, that's an increase in staff.
It's an increase in our budget,
and
just
I
as I
don't-
mentioned before.
I don't think we have, somebody said we had animal on duty 7 days a week. That's not, the police officer will come out and help you, but as far as,
I have 4 animal control officers now who work 7 days a week. There's 2 on 7 days a week.
okay, perfect.
So 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. there's animal control coverage.
Okay, because we had a time where, not too long ago, I think it was this year, when a dog was attacked and killed in its own yard, and they called and an officer came out and not animal control.
I do have some lacking coverage.
Okay.
because vacations, training, all those kind of things. But believe the incident you're talking about, we did have an officer out there.
Yeah.
So it was both. Police officer just got there first.
Well, and I wonder what it's going to look like when we then have to go into the county and take care of that as well. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. And it's easy for us to sit here and say, yeah, we can do it. Let's move forward. But if you were the person that was going to have to pick up that responsibility, you might be a little, not you, because I know you are, but to get that feedback from staff, I think is kind of tough, because I know staff wants to please and they want to say we can do it, but I've seen it's tough. It's hard. So I just want to make sure we don't overwhelm our staff. I want to make sure that we don't bite off more than we can chew. Do I think we need an animal care facility? Yes, absolutely I do. But I think we have to this has already been talked about for a year and a half, 2 years, and we have new information and new questions. We owe it to our residents to do our due diligence.
So which of these options?
There's a motion, yeah, if you want to call the question, go ahead.
Call the question.
And so we have to, if you're going to call the question, then we take a vote to call the question, which means we're going to cut off conversation.
Mayor,
Yes.
one more very important thing for mayor and council to know. If we go and ask our voters to authorize GO bonds, and if it fails, the state law requires, and city attorney can correct me, that you cannot issue COs for at least 3 years. So y'all need to be aware of that.
So the option is just don't build a shelter.
No, he's just saying, we could do
We could do it with the CO.
COs, yeah.
It's a conversation that's important for council to have so that you understand the risks with whichever route you take. I think we all respect that council wants to take this to the voters and let the voters make the decision. We just want you to understand that if you're going to do that, there is a risk that we wouldn't be able to debt finance it a different way.
Wow. Thank you.
But if we go CO bond, we don't have 8 million nor 21 million or whatever percentage in the bank right now.
That's why you go to CO bonds.
That's why you go
Yeah.
bond.
Yeah, we're still gonna.
The biggest difference is voter input. I would love to give the voters a chance, but
Isn't
that
there
is
a
whole
way
lot
we
of
can
risk.
put it on the bond and not have it to be like a bond? We can just get feedback? I could have swore that was something that the previous,
I think you're talking about a non-binding ballot proposition.
yes.
We can look into that and see. I would want to consult with our bond attorney before we tried to do some sort of kind of workaround on versus the GO and the CO. And this is something that, of course, we can bring back as we're continuing the conversation. We just, again, wanted to make sure you're aware.
Yeah.
Okay.
Option number 2 is what is on the floor.
Okay, so she's
If you
calling
move
the
that-
question, so we have to take a
if
vote
you
on
move
whether or
it
not we
back
want to
to
call the
option
question.
2,
Yes, if
So we
a
can see
council member
what
calls a
we're-
question, we take a vote. If majority of council votes to call the question, then all discussion stops and we vote.
Could
Okay.
you put it on option 2, please?
All
Thank
right,
you.
roll call vote, please. This is just to call the question.
Yes.
Flores Kill,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Tobias. Zapata is absent. McKinney,
yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Medina is absent.
All right. 5-0, we're going to call the question. That means we are going to vote on whether or not we want to do a tri-party partnership. And this is vote for option 2. So can I get a roll call vote, please?
Goza,
No.
Tobias. No. McKinney,
Yes.
Medina is absent. Flores Kill,
No.
Harris,
Yes.
Okay. Motion fails 3-2. So moving on to option 3. Do we want a standalone facility? Or do we want to partner? That's where we're at. Option 3 and 4.
To be clear, Mayor, I think the motion was to only consider option 2, so it is potentially possible you could do a motion to consider it along with another option, if that's something.
I gave that option. It wasn't taken.
Okay.
We can talk about it, but I was very clear on, hey, this is what I think. I think we need to look at 2 different prices and make a judgment from there.
Do you want to make that a motion is for 2 and 3?
Well, that's what I'd asked for.
I don't think anybody was in opposition to that.
No, because the motion of option 2 was already on the table.
Yeah, but you can amend it.
Would you like to make a motion, Mayor, for 2 and 3?
We can finish talking about option 3 and 4, and then eliminate, and then we can go back. So option 3 is a standalone. Are you guys against a standalone?
I am, just because I feel like we're gonna have the liability and the responsibility for those animals are outside of our city limits regardless. I think they're gonna get dropped on us no matter what.
I agree.
I think that if we go this route, we'll be underserving from the day we open.
As long as we develop a policy and a procedure that outlines the residents.
I would like to know, if she doesn't mind, staff feedback. I think this is important. This is your everyday job. You're good at what you do. I respect your position, and I respect your opinion.
Brianna, as you answer that question, can you also talk about seizures and elements that we would have to take care of in the ILA versus if we went along? Because just animal drops are one thing, but there's official duties that go along with that ILA too.
So this is one of the things that San Marcos sees on the regular, we see on the regular. We just today had a dog that was from Mountain City, but when we get involved in an animal like that with San Marcos, I can just put it as Hays County's animal, and it's fine and good and all. If they drop them at our door, or if they, before Paws closed, drop them at Paws's door, those ended up always counting towards us too, because it was dropped off in the city of Kyle. A lot of times you'll have residents who live outside in the county, and we know that animal didn't come from Target or HEB, because you'd be amazed how many animals nobody ever sees in any of those parking lots that end up under our totals. So you're going to see some extra animals coming in from outside the jurisdiction. It's just part of having a shelter. When we did the original feasibility study, that was one of the things with the architects that they know I stewed over, Jesse knows I stewed over it and looked at the numbers and finally had to come up with a number that made me feel comfortable so that we had enough space to factor in extra animals, because you have to factor that in. A lot of shelters want to be 80% capacity is the magic number we want to be at, but you can't. Some places open up and they're 100% capacity, so it is kind of a guessing game on size of the facility, but you do have to make some. And then, like Jesse said, when we have a seizure of animals, we have to take those animals in, and those have to be held for extended periods of time because the people can appeal the decision to the county court. So we do have some extended lengths of stay, and those animals require more care. But yeah, there's always going to be a little extra that's not yours. Also, when you have entities surrounding you that don't take in animals very easily, that causes a problem too. And we're surrounded by counties.
So would you rather see option 2 then?
There's pros and cons to both sides of it.
Look, this is your livelihood, and I'm really trying to and there's no pressure. You can give us your honest opinion.
The positives that I see to option 2 is potentially having a little better control over overall policies, procedures. The big thing with animal control is we're never gonna make progress until we start having like some serious discussions about the reality of it and getting us to a place where you're not leaving animals on the street because you don't have enough space in the shelter. Because those animals that are out on the streets, not in our city, but in the county in particular, those animals are still reproducing. They're still bringing in puppies to the shelter. They're still bringing in kittens to the shelter, and we're never going to make progress if we still have uncontrolled populations in certain areas of the city. And those are the ones in particular that miraculously come from HEB and Target and really have a county address that the animal dropper offer came from. So
what about option 4?
Option 4. Having been around for all of the original starting of leaving Paws 19 and a half years ago, and then going to San Marcos, having that no control is difficult. With this option, they're still gonna need a facility. None of these entities have ever wanted to do, open intake is not really their thing. I was in on some meetings with the whole processes, and we did ask that, do they really want open intake? Open intake is not what everybody wants, and most of the nonprofits do like to somewhat control what comes in, because that's why we left our agreement with Paws, is because they did not want to continue to take our animals. They were turning things away at times. So the lack of control, and my concern when we have our topic of dangerous animals, there are certain entities that are not going to want to euthanize some of the animals that we may want to be euthanized, and losing that control, because there are certain animals that are going out into the world that are not necessarily safe for the community, and we have stood on that, that we want the safety of the community involved when it comes to the animals that are going out into the community. And doing what's best for those animals and not warehousing them for years and years is another thing that some of the nonprofits will house animals for years because they don't want to euthanize them.
Okay.
So,
All right.
and that's not necessarily the best option for them either.
But you do agree that having some kind of program, a preventative program to help people out, that's going to be imperative?
Yes, access to which we have our spay neuter funds that we give out every year for our residents. We've already been doing that. We do as much proactive trying to keep things out of the shelters, but the owner surrender numbers are increasing. People are not able to keep their animals, and there's not really anything that we can offer them that is going to change their minds. Offering them food is not telling them, hey, monthly food pantry with Hays County, and all those other options is not pushing people. They're either, the most recent one is they're moving and they just can't bring the animal with them. So that's our most frequent reason for owner surrender when they call us. And they're calling us because San Marcos is saying, hey, you have an appointment 2-3 weeks from now to be able to drop them off. So they have some delays in being able to owner surrender right now.
Okay, thank you very much. So can you go back to option 2 and then 3? Okay. So what I would like to see how much each one of these is going to cost, like a real price. And then I think you said you had information about the intake, what it's going to be. So I'm going to make a motion to direct interim city manager, sorry, to bring back real numbers for option 2 and option 3, but with both of those, I would like to see programming involved in it as well. So that's a motion.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Kinney. Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, council. That is
So-
clear, that is clear direction, and we will bring those back with the analysis of the numbers behind them, and then we will get, I think, the final vote from council on which way to go. So thank you guys very much. I know that was long, but
It was
very
long.
important.
Yes, thank you. All right, up next, we have agenda item 5, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding a feasibility analysis and options for implementing an annual utility reservation fee. This is item presenter Mike Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Murphy, Director of Water Utilities. With me tonight, I've got Blake Neffendorf, who is the Assistant Director over Water Utilities. So tonight, I want to introduce the group that worked on this project. It was out of the City Manager's Office, Development Services, Engineering and GIS, Water Utilities, and the City Attorney's Office all worked on this project together. Over the past several months, city staff, under the leadership of our Deputy City Manager, Amber Smites, conducted a comprehensive review of the city's development agreements, non-annexation agreements, and utility will-serve commitments to better quantify the city's existing obligations for water and wastewater service. This effort was completed based on the timeline as directed by Interim City Manager Mohit to improve the city's understanding of committed utility capacity, which is very important, and to evaluate policy options that better align infrastructure planning with future growth of the city. Maintaining reserved utility capacity requires the city to plan, finance, construct, and maintain infrastructure capable of serving future development, regardless of when that development occurs. Under the current system, developers generally pay impact fees only when the building permits are issued, resulting in utility capacities being reserved for extended periods of time without contributing towards the infrastructure cost. To better align reserve capacity with financial obligations of expanding utility, infrastructure staff evaluated 2 potential approaches. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a presentation to outline how we are recommending that we deal with this issue, because it's very important. It gets to the general, I guess, idea of us buying water and then having that water committed to someone without being paid for it. We have to pay for it. We pay for it under take-or-pay contracts, and so we want to pass that along to our developers. This is not meant to be too overwhelming, but it is what we think is fair. And so Blake has put a lot of time and effort into this, along with the team that's worked on this project, so we'll go through that right quick.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. For the record, Blake Neffendorf, Assistant Utility Director, and I have not been to Disneyland or Disney World at 2026, so. Just to provide a little bit of background, Council did approve a task order contract with STV to provide an update to our water master plan back in April. Part of that process is taking a look at all of our demands for development and our projections moving forward in the future. Cal is rapidly growing, so just making sure that we're checking that box, ensuring that the growth that we're seeing and accounting for it in the future is correct. So as part of that process, we took a look at a lot of our development agreements, will serve letters, and any other obligations that we have as a utility to provide service from those obligations. And I will note too, so on September 10th, I think we're planning on what we're going to call Waterpalooza. And so part of that, we'll take a deeper dive into some of those projections and how the demands for our water system line up as we move forward. But this we're just taking a look at some of the background information. Staff reviewed over 67 development agreements. It was a huge undertaking. Some of those were amendments to those development agreements. As you see, the math doesn't quite work on one of the on tables in future slides. 57 non-annexation agreements and then 39 will-serve letters. So a review of this provided a more accurate assessment of committed utility capacity to support long-term planning for water and wastewater infrastructure needs. One thing that I did leave off this slide that I do want to note, I'm going to mention LUE quite a bit throughout this presentation. LUE is a living unit equivalent, so it's the equivalent of one single-family home. As for comparison purposes, for the city of Kyle, 270 gallons per day is what we see for water, the equivalent of one LUE for water, 175 gallons per day on the wastewater side. Mr. Murphy touched on quite a number of these. As a utility, we have quite a number of challenges that we face. So we have to balance long-term infrastructure planning with ratepayer affordability, ever-changing regulatory compliance from both the federal government and also the state government, and then available funding that we have as a utility. In addition, so we do have impact fees that are used to help pay for new growth. But those aren't paid until the water meter is set and people moving into their homes. So there's a long period of time that it takes. 10 to 20 years. ARWA started in the mid-2000s, and we just got water from them last year. So it's a long process. There's a lot that goes into the long-term planning for water, and the timelines aren't lining up on those impact fees versus what we have to do as a city to make sure that we're ready, we're available to serve them. In addition to that, we have aging infrastructure, inflation issues, supply chain challenges, and then the big thing is underutilizing reserve LUEs. So developers will arbitrarily pick a number, and they may or may not realistically be using that full capacity of what they're wanting within their development agreement. All the cheap water is gone. We can't drill any more wells and get an additional permit from the Edwards Aquifer Authority or Barton Springs, or get additional water from Canyon Lake. So we're pulling water from the Carrizo and in eastern Caldwell County. Some of the other options that we're looking forward to in the future are even further away. So there is water. The cheap water is gone. From a developer perspective, their needs are typically on a much shorter timeline. They have obligations, project financing, carrying costs associated with buying the land that they need to hit, and investor expectations. So our timelines don't typically match up. They're a little shorter time frame, whereas we're taking quite a bit longer. So ultimately, the city has an obligation is to strategically time and prioritize those water supply purchases based on the accuracy of those development projections that we're getting from them, while also then protecting our long-term financial sustainability and maintaining affordable rates for our utility customers. So it's a balancing act. So we'll go into a little bit of detail on the will-serve letters and these development agreements. A will-serve letter is an official document issued by a municipality confirming that we possess adequate capacity to serve water and wastewater service to a proposed development. Typically, they expire 6 months to 1 year, and they are defining specific numbers of LUEs to serve that property. We've had some issues in the past with not having specific details, and we'll get to that on the next slide, that kind of can potentially hinder us as a city for providing that service. So moving forward, the city, the Director of Water Utilities, Mr. Murphy, will be limiting the issuance of the will-serve letters unless there's specific requirements are met. specific timeline for specific expiration for a specific amount of LUEs, at which point we'll be implementing a take or pay requirement upon the end of the term of that will serve letter. So out of those 39 will serve letters that we have, we reviewed, 12 of them did note an expiration date and a specific number of LUEs. So those are ones that we don't have any concern about. 27 did contain no specific expiration date, which is a little bit more of a concern. Out of those 27, 21 did not list a specific number of LUEs. So there's not technically a requirement to serve them, any water at that point. I will note though, all 21 of those were within the city limits, and all of them within our water and or wastewater CCN. So we do have an obligation to serve them as part of a requirement through our CCN. 6 of them listed a specific number of LUEs. So we have a specific number of LUEs, but no expiration date. It's a little bit more of a concern. However, having said that, 4 of them have either been developed or are currently being developed. So technically they do have an expiration date because they're in the process. 2 of them do though have no activity associated with them. There's a lot of information on this slide. We're going to spend a little bit of it. These are the development agreements that we reviewed and tallied them all together. So when we're looking at this completed project, so there's 12 DAs that have been completed. People are living in their happy homes within these developments. A little over 3,000 residential permits were pulled associated with those development agreements. The next category is what we're calling active construction. You can see examples of those below. There's 13 of them. A little over 4,400 active permits have been pulled. So homes are either being lived in or they have COs associated with them. But there are still a significant number of water and wastewater LUEs associated with those developments within those development agreements. As you can see, 12,000 for water and almost 15,000 for wastewater. The next category we have is planned development agreements. So those are ones that have council approved DAs, but they're not active. There hasn't been any plans associated with them, reviewed by the city, but they do have approved development agreements. Quite a large number there, 20,000 water LUEs, 23,000 wastewater LUEs. You can see the grand total there. And you may ask, well, that's great, Blake. What does that actually mean, though? So 38,000 wastewater LUEs is the equivalent of 6.7 million gallons of treated wastewater treatment demand. So significant amount of demands from what we have approved LUEs within development agreements. Our current average at a wastewater treatment plant is around 4.2 million gallons per day, for a little bit of perspective. Same on the water side, a little over 32,000 LUEs. That's 8.8 million gallons a day for average daily water demand. Our current average daily water demand is around 4.6. So a significant number of demand there. Yes,
So can I ask the 38,000, which is 6.7 million gallons per day, if that all went through, then we'd be looking at 10.9 gallons. Like if for some reason they all were like, we're going to plan, we're already over, right? So it looks like we might have overplanned because our wastewater is not at that capacity yet.
We're currently at 4.5. We'll be at 6 MGD at the end of this year, and then we're moving right into the next expansion to 9. So we'll be at 9 million gallons per day capacity in 2028. So a number of these development agreements, majority of them, I would say, do have a phasing schedule associated with them. So we can dictate a takedown schedule associated with them. If we don't have the capacity in order to serve them, then obviously we can't bring them online.
Okay, so I know our wastewater is capped at 12. And we don't have the capacity right now to do 12,
Correct.
But Plum Creek said no mas after 12. And so if we're looking at 10.9, I mean, and this, I'm just saying this because I'm thinking, oh my goodness, if all this goes through, we're in a real pickle. But I can't imagine all of it's going to go through, who knows, but the fact that we have this much already approved and we cannot even support it is kind of a scary situation to be in.
Yes, ma'am, and hopefully some of the options that are staff recommendations that we'll get to will maybe persuade the certain developers to provide more realistic expectations of what they're going to serve on their properties, is the ultimate goal on this.
Okay, I do appreciate you bringing this to us. I do. Thank you.
And you may also, there's a little bit of difference between the water and wastewater. Obviously, there's areas of the city that we serve. We only serve wastewater too. We don't serve water. The water provider is somebody other than the city of Kyle. So that's kind of why there's a little bit of a delta difference between those two numbers. Pecan Woods would be a specific example of that. So options that staff has explored, one of those is, and Mr. Murphy mentioned it earlier, is from a city standpoint, pretty much all of our water supplies, we have take-or-pay contracts. So if we don't use it, we're still paying for it. So a take-or-pay is a legal agreement between a water supplier, which in this case is the city, and the buyer, which could be a developer. It requires the buyer to either physically take a minimum stipulated amount of water or pay a predetermined non-refundable fee for that reserve capacity, regardless of whether the water is consumed. The stipulation with this is water and/or wastewater service needs to be in place and ready to serve upon execution of the contract or by a date specified within that contract. So it guarantees steady revenue and enables upfront infrastructure financing, and it and Mr. Murphy can attest to this from previous employment. It provides, kind of forces the developer to provide a more accurate number of what they're really hoping to get out of the project when you have to pay for it all at once. The other option that we have explored is a reservation fee. I will note too, take-or-pay is a common practice with cities, typically on larger projects or wholesale agreements that they do provide to customers. Reservation fees is another option. It is also used by area. You'll see this a lot with the SUDs in the area. They use reservation fees. It's charged to customers for reserving water, wastewater capacity within the system within a mutually agreed upon delivery schedule. Reservation fees are typically paid annually, and sometimes there's a little bit of grace period before their first initial payment is due. So the reservation fees cease being paid when the water meter is set, which at that point, the impact fee gets paid. The caveat to this is you can't double charge. So we can't charge an impact fee and on top, or reservation fees on top of the impact fee. So you can't pay more than what the actual ultimate impact fee is. So this is a recommendation from staff on the ACTA development agreements, which are a little bit more tricky to work with and negotiate with active DAs for any of the non-platted areas to begin paying an annual reservation fee equal to 10% of the impact fee for a term of 10 years. So at that point, at the end of the 10-year period, if there's any LUEs that haven't been platted, we'll take a look at that and account for any increase into the impact fee and then rework that agreement so that we're still taking out annual payments on that. You can see the fiscal impact associated with those LUEs for both water and wastewater as currently known to the city. Similar concept with the non-active DAs, same, the 10% impact fee annually for a term of 10 years. We did throw in the possibility of using a take-or-pay contract if the water and wastewater service is readily available. That is an option that we can negotiate on those development agreements. And you can see the potential fiscal impact if this particular scenario were to be moved forward with. Similar approach on the will serves, 10%, 10 years, ability to have take-or-pay contracts as well with a fiscal impact on the will serve letters. Summarize the annual fiscal impact summary is a little over $36 million for both the water and the wastewater fund using the 10% impact fee annually. On future developments, we would recommend using take-or-pay contracts or a similar approach with the reservation fees as we work to obtain supplies and get our infrastructure to the point where we need to serve it. In addition to this, staff has also explored making adjustments to our water and wastewater certificate of convenience and necessity, or CCN, service areas. So CCN gives retail public utility an exclusive right to provide retail water and wastewater service to a specific area. And then we are obligated to provide continuous adequate service to that area within the CCN boundary. So what staff is recommending is removing specific areas within the CCN service area that are outside the city limits, that are currently not being served, so they don't have a water meter set or wastewater clean out, and they don't have any active obligations. So if there's a current DA, a current will serve letter, then they wouldn't be included with that, because obviously we have an active obligation to provide service for them. I have not gone through the details on what that would actually look like, the parcels that would be removed, and that does not preclude them from any of the properties that would be impacted by this to not come back to the city when they're ready for developing other property, to follow the request to come back into our CCN. The state has made it very difficult for cities to annex and provide certain obligations of building code and building requirements. So this is kind of a way for the city to better control what comes in within the city. So a lot of municipalities, especially in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, they have quite large CCNs that extend out through their whole ETJ. And so what you're seeing a lot of people, a lot of developers are doing are removing themselves from the ETJ. They're removing themselves from the requirements that come with going with the city, and the city still has an obligation to provide them with water and wastewater service because they're within their CCN. So a lot of them are moving to this approach as well. This slide is I guess I should have paused on this one. This is just kind of a map that shows where our current boundary is for our water and our wastewater CCN, as opposed to our city limits and also our ETJ.
Yeah. So thank you, Blake, for that presentation. So you're asking yourself probably, why this, why now? Like we said earlier in the presentation, the cheap water is pretty much gone. And what we're going to be coming to you with now is much more expensive water. And what is happening is what happened in the past is there's been really no control over developers asking for a large number of LUEs, knowing probably in the back of their mind they're never going to use that many of them. So this, and I've had success with this with other cities, is if you put a price on that water, whether they're taking it or not, whether they're using it or not, but if they reserve it with us, they have to pay it. That's the way we are. That's the way our contracts are set up with our wholesale providers. And so what this does is it gives us a more accurate, realistic number of how many LUEs are actually needed. Right now, that number is so bloated, to answer your question, Mayor, that number is so bloated that we really don't know right now how much they're going to use or how much they're going to need. All we know is this is what they've asked for because they can. And there's a market for those LUEs to these developers, which they can take this large number of LUEs, and if they don't need them, they can sell it to another developer. If we've told that developer, you have to wait until a certain date before we'll have water available for you. So there's a other side of that is just, that's not right. And it's impacting our modeling for water and wastewater, And so thanks to Pervez and Amber, we're now taking a really hard look at this so we can have realistic numbers. But this is the way to kind of hold their feet to the fire and get good, accurate numbers instead of giving us a bloated number of values.
So with that, we are looking for your feedback specifically to kind of some of these questions here that we've posed, and open it. Give the floor back to you, Mayor.
All right. Any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
What was it says here, staff recommendation is to implement a reservation fee. What was that again for? On the
reservation
questions,
fee would
yes.
be for well, the staff recommendation is for both active and non-active, and also for the will serves.
Okay.
There is kind of, I just want to make sure, because the active DAs, we would have to go and ask nicely. Is that what it was like? There's no guarantee, right?
Yeah, I've been asked to take that question. So we have some options. Getting into the details of those options is not something I particularly want to do in a public meeting.
Okay.
But we have options we can explore moving forward. But it would require, yes, we need to sit down at a table and talk to you.
Okay. And then the non-actives,
Thank
are
you.
we?
That was going to be one of my questions too.
Are the non-actives, that's less?
If they have a signed development agreement, which most of these do, I think we're going to end up in the same sort of situation. But the idea is to sit across the table. A lot of the non-active ones, what I will say is, have come to us with other issues in their DAs that they may want to talk about. And it's like, hey, well, we're talking about that. We have some issues we want to talk about too.
Okay. All right. And then I do have a question about the removal of certain CCN service areas. So my first question is going to be, is it going to eliminate the issue that we currently have, like with Waterstone and Anthem, that are areas outside of our city limitations that we serve? What would that kind of cease that issue?
That's a little bit different because that was even outside of our ETJ. But I would say it would provide, the city would have better leverage in negotiating them to, as a requirement, maybe to annex into the city in order to provide our utility services.
Okay, so I guess.
A little bit more of a better negotiating tool.
So what does it look like to remove certain CCN service areas?
And we would obviously, we'd come back with you and run that, have our GIS team run that clip out those parcels, see what that impact is, and then bring that back to you for consideration.
Okay.
I think it's important to note that if somebody wants to develop within our CCN, we're obligated to provide them water and wastewater. And so whether we do it under a reservation fee or a take-or-pay contract depends on availability of that water and that infrastructure. So if the water's not readily available and the infrastructure is not readily available, we will do a reservation fee. If the water is available, then we go to the take-or-pay contract immediately.
Okay.
But, yeah.
But I love all this. I'm so appreciative that this is coming now. I wish we could have had it 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But I don't want to overlook the trees for the forest. I do appreciate it coming to us now, and you did a great presentation, both of you guys. So thank you very much. Councilmember McKinney?
Agreed.
Second. All right, I think we're good. Do you need any direction?
I guess a little bit more specific on the actual reservation fee. We did kind of leave open to a range. 10 years at 10%. The math is easy to do on that. There are some developments that may take longer than that. So and it may just be more open-ended and provide us with a little bit more flexibility as we're going through to negotiate with them. Maybe it's just because obviously we're gonna have to go back to it's an individual thing. So
10 years is a long time. I'm thinking 5 years.
Not when you're factoring in development. Like
Well, I mean, like, for example, look at New Quest. Like New Quest they started building within 5 years. Then we have Rastegar. who's going on at 2021 to maybe 5 or, it's a long time and we don't want to keep our, if people are going to come develop, I want to do it soon. And I'm not saying 10 years is a long time to wait. 5 years to me, I think is a bit realistic. That's what I'd like to see. And if they want to pay longer, I don't know, maybe if they ask for it longer, then we charge more, a higher percent. So maybe for 5 years, it's 5%, and 10 years, it's 10%. I don't know.
I felt like the 10 and 10 was kind of a good standard, but we could also allow for some flexibility whenever they're negotiating developer agreements to be able to tailor that for whatever they feel like their needs are going to be.
Okay.
'Cause obviously, a bigger development's going to take longer. Smaller development, maybe for like 5 years, I mean, we'll be cashed out and out of the country by then.
So yeah, let's make the norm, I guess, the 10 and 10. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Amber.
I was just going to say, Mayor and Council, we would bring those amended development agreements back to you, so it would have those percentages, so you would still get another look at what that looked like.
Okay. I think just wanting some guidance, you wanted like a baseline.
Correct. Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
so 10 and 10 with, you guys being flexible if it's different years. Okay,
Absolutely.
anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, we are almost done. Agenda item 6, receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding the Kyle Mobility Plan. Item presenter, Leon Barb.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barb, City Engineer. With me tonight is Jake Gudenkuntz, trying to find his name right. He is with Goodman Corporation. He's been working on the master plan, or the Kyle Mobility Plan as we call it. So I'm not going to take a lot of time to give you any additional information. He does have 40 slides, so we're going to try to go through those as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see everybody again. Jake Gudenkuntz, Goodman Corporation, as Leon introduced me. I'm going to try to be expeditious, but make sure not to skip important stuff with you guys. So I realize it's late. The key that I want to mention here is that we're here tonight to share what we heard from the public in April when we went out and did public meetings and had some online content after we talked to you guys back then. And then some of our key recommendations towards the end, some feedback on that, and then the plan is to come back with a report for action on September 1st. So that's where we're headed. Want to kind of just give the context there. We've been through this before, but one of the things I wanted to say about what's important about the mobility plan, and specifically there were some comments earlier tonight about thoroughfares and crossings of the Blanco, is the point of the maps that are in here is not to commit to building specific roads so much as it is to preserve right-of-way if development occurs. And there's a key difference there. We do have projects also in here that we've identified, but a lot of the stuff on the west side is if development occurs, we need to have a plan for it so that it doesn't cause more congestion on 150 and Veterans and Center and all these other places that are struggling a lot on the west side. So just wanted to be clear about that and what that map is for when I get back to it. So it includes those things and many others, including multimodal mobility. So for the history of this, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, staff reminded me there was a 2005 plan, but the last time this was comprehensively done was 2016, so it's been 10 years. 2021 was a more minor update that led to the 2022 bond, and now we're doing the full process. Going back in time, we actually started this back in April of last year. We had an initial update last July, and then we finished our first round of engagement in December, did a lot of analysis, came back to the public in April, and then after hearing the recommendations and going out to the Kyle Fair and some other things in May, we summarized that feedback, revised the recommendations accordingly, and came back to y'all tonight. The vision statement, what are we trying to do here? This has been brought up ever since July of last year when it was developed, but the goal is to really be the regional leader in vehicular, pedestrian, and multimodal mobility, and to be proactive about it is the important thing here. And really want to address congestion, safety, and providing travel options. We're here tonight. There's a typo on the slide. We're actually not coming back till September 1st, so one day after August finishes, but we're going over the recommendations tonight. At the last meeting, we did go over the thoroughfare plan, which I'll show in a second. We had a draft bike plan that's changed a little, and I'll explain why. And then we had some street cross sections that have not materially changed much. There's been some edits from working through things with staff. But I want to be clear that a lot of the stuff I'm sharing tonight was at least in some form presented to the public back in April and was online for a few months. Just want to go through that. So the thoroughfare plan, again, what have we changed since the one that's on the books? What's different in this one is we actually have all the amendments that have been passed at council since 2021, which aren't reflected in the static map that exists out there today. There's some PDFs that you have to go hunt down to find that out. We now have identified which roadways are proposed for new alignments versus widenings. That's not identified in the old plan, which is a distinct difference. And then we've done a lot of coordination with Hays County, TxDOT, San Marcos, Buda, and Campo, and several others on this one. And one of the big changes that we looked through in this and modeled to make sure it works is there was an old plan to cross over 150 or at County Road 158 of 35, and shifting that down south to line up better with the Yerington Extension project has been in Waterstone, having already been built to 4 lanes, is trying to take advantage of those facilities that are planned or in construction. Yes.
So is that the 150 bypass?
Yes.
Okay, because they also called it the 150 realignment, and now it's called the Yarrington?
It's the Yerington Extension, yeah, or Yarrington Extension. Yar like a pirate. Sorry, yes, I've done that wrong with the past.
Okay, I just want to make sure because they keep changing the name.
Yeah, the blue line on the map between 150 and 35 on the west side, that is the Yerington Extension project, as it currently stands on maps from the county. So, yes, thank you for clarifying. And this ties into that better, this crossing at 35. This is a larger format. I'll keep going. I want to be clear about this. There's been a lot of chatter lately about what the vibe and the bike plan, things like that. So there's some key differences here. The bike plan, the purpose of that is to have a network of 10-foot path, shared use paths that's just on right-of-ways, not necessarily on creeks or other things like that, to help provide travel options for folks. This is intending to leverage, the bike plan is trying to use as much of the stuff that's already out there, like your trails that you have today along Philomena, Burleson, Marketplace. You had named several, or Dacey, several ones that are out there. And this is really more about mobility focused, not recreational, not development oriented or for golf carts or other things like that. It's specifically for that. And this is considered the safest and best facility type for bikes and has design standards from AASHTO, which is the little thing on here, that specify the minimum widths for those, which is 10 feet. It can go down to 8 around obstructions, but it's 10 feet wide. So that's a big difference from the 12-footers that have caused a lot of challenges in implementation with right-of-way and things in the bond projects. So moving on, bike plan. So I mentioned this changed a little bit. The main reason for that has been coordination with the folks that are overseeing the bond at Lochner, soon to be Aegis, and staff. We know that there's some scope changes to some of the projects where we may not actually have paths on some of these, and so we're trying to make sure that this lines up with what's been shifting and changing the last few months when we're looking for opportunities for value engineering and cost savings. So some facilities that were shown as primary before are no longer. One of those key ones being Center Street due to right-of-way constraints. And so we're looking at, instead of going along Stagecoach and Center Street, trying to come down Veterans into downtown and along Blanco to tie into the facility that's already there on Burleson. So that's one example. There's been a couple other places that have been downgraded to secondary, but we still have a goal of making sure that this actually can be done in a reasonable timeline with other projects and once funding is available or going for outside funding, which I'll get to in a minute. We went through street cross sections before, but really the intent of this is we wanted to have a better starting point when talking with development to make sure that elements are being preserved in the right-of-way. Some of the key things that were updated on this was making sure we had space that was adequate for these facilities, but also for things like utilities, street lighting, green space, drainage, and making sure that we're accounting for all that. And one key feature that I'll hit at the very end of this on the last slide is that the lane widths are a little bit narrower, which will help with environmental impacts, runoff, drainage, things like that. So that is a big difference from the old plan. We also use a context-sensitive approach to follow the Kyle 2030 plan, and meaning that cross-sections of roadways can change based on where you are. You wouldn't put the same cross-section of a street downtown as you would out far in the kind of rural estate areas, or would you in a suburban environment? So that's why we've done that context-sensitive approach, which is best practice. Okay, so that's history review. What are we trying to get feedback from y'all today on? So I'm going to cover community feedback, some projects that we went through and did a deep dive trying to prioritize and talk a little bit about how to try to leverage outside funding as best we can and pursue that down the line, and then talk a little bit about some policies. So I'll move through these. Again, I mentioned the public engagement back in April. We had a meeting in the library. We had an online comment period that lasted for 6 weeks, and then we also had a booth at the Kyle Fair. We really tried to make sure we were trying to be accessible as possible in person on the west side and the east side of 35, so we had different events on either side to meet people. We had about 364 people engaged across those events, which is a little bit lower than our first phase where we had about 680 back last summer and early fall. And so still a pretty good number considering the amount of other engagement things going on, but we were happy with that. So some of the themes that we heard about, a lot of folks were very focused on roads that are 2 lanes that need to be bigger. Just not surprised by that, but that was where a lot of the discussion was. A lot of comments about intersections and bottlenecks and challenges getting through and getting backed up for a long time trying to get through places. There's a lot of commentary about bike lanes and bike facilities. And in fact, we actually had a couple of folks from the mountain biking community come out and talk to us about desire for mountain bike trails. So that was interesting. There's a lot of comments on poor lighting. And then what may not come as a shock is most of the comments were on projects that are already in development along bond corridors. So that's good to see that a lot of folks are, commenting on things that are already underway. And then a lot of other comments are around facilities that TxDOT's in control of. So most of those, and some of those even go outside the city limits, like Jack C. Hayes and other portions of like Old Stagecoach. So where the city doesn't have as much control. So a lot of education, discussion about what's in the city versus what's not was pretty common when talking to folks. In terms of comments that we got, we actually, a lot of comments that we did get, people really like the idea of having additional capacity and connectivity on the west side. You may be asking, well, if the county's planning to do this big other facility in the Yerington Extension, why would we need that? And the answer is that gets sucked up by folks out west going east and down south and up north. And if development does occur further west on some of those tracks in the city, like the Nance Tract, the McCoy, the VRI, that's going to need its own other facility given how much land is out there. And so in my experience, crossing rivers and railroads and highways are the hardest things to do as a community. And I would be remiss if I didn't actually try to help you guys with this piece, because that's where most communities fumble at the 1 yard line, is trying to cross those things. So I recognize there's environmental sensitivities, there's a lot of things that would have to go into place before any of those connections were made. But again, this is about preserving right of way to make sure you have adequate capacity and don't end up in the scenario you're in now with a lot of facilities being over capacity. A lot of folks liked the idea of having an additional crossing of 35 between FM 110 down in San Marcos and Center Street to help with additional east-west relief and connectivity. Mentioned the 2-lane expansions, and then a lot of folks were concerned about displacement, where there's lines on the map. That's not atypical at all. And generally speaking, with a lot of these facilities where there's new alignments, the attempt is to have as minimal disruption as possible, obviously preserve buildings, homes, things like that when we were putting these down. So, and again, the intent is for preserving right-of-way if development occurs. For the bike plan, a lot of folks talked about a lot of facilities feeling unsafe trying to ride on. A lot of those actually were south of downtown that we heard a lot of folks talking about along Stagecoach, Opal, Roland, a couple other ones where they were riding on the shoulder in a lot of places and felt like they just didn't have space. And then a lot of requests about sidewalks, which was pretty well documented in the 2025 plan the city did for sidewalk gaps. And then a lot of comments about wanting to access parks and other destinations like downtown. So one of the things I want to be clear about is before I show projects and prioritization is the weighting that we used for how we ranked these out with all these different performance measures on the screen is it's based solely on what we heard from the community. So this actually represents the weighting that they gave us through some priority activities, and that's what this represents. So the 26% for safety, 33% for mobility, 28% for connectivity, and 13% for accessibility. That was based on the cumulative weighted responses from the community that we got during the second phase of engagement. So there's a lot of things that we did and that will show up in the final report appendix if you want to get into all the details of how every project ranked out for each of these things. That will be available. But wanted to share how we got to these percentages, and that's based on the community. For prioritized projects, we did an activity to screen a lot of projects with staff. And we looked at facilities that were either having congestion, safety problems, connectivity issues, but also leveraging and completing and connecting to the system that y'all are already invested in, which is the 2022 bond projects. And these generally include for roadways, projects to widen from 2 to 4 lanes. This is what we heard the most about from the community. Some new alignment facilities, limited locations like Cheva Pastrana Senior Parkway, also formerly known as Goforth, and some multimodal facilities and lighting projects. These are the 12 we looked at and ranked out. Sorry, 10 projects we looked at and ranked out. No, this is 12, sorry, they're 12 both. And they're in different colors here. You can kind of see there's some clustered areas where capacity and need was pretty well present on the west side, south of downtown, and then all throughout the east side. Want to be clear about this. It's on the slide on the bottom right. These rankings are strictly based on need and modeled traffic, and it's not based on jurisdiction necessarily. Some of these projects are partially in the city limits, some of them are fully in the city limits, and some of them are in the ETJ or county. So just wanted to be clear that when we did it, we tried to be agnostic to that to start, knowing that there might be some highly needed projects that from this effort you can share with the county, with TxDOT, or with others that, hey, when we looked at this is the most needed thing, we need your help. Whereas we know that any high priority projects that maybe you would seek outside funding for, those are going to be ones that are in the city. So I want to be clear about that. There's a column on the right that specifies which ones are fully in the city limits. And we only recommended high priority projects that were in the city limits as the top ones. And I'll get back to that in a minute here in a different way. We also looked at pedestrian and bike projects. Those have different performance measures and metrics for safety, mobility, and otherwise. And so we looked at some standalone shared use path projects for the most part on this and looking at where those might be beneficial. We talked to TxDOT about the ones along their facilities like 1626 and Jack C. Hayes 2770. And walked through these with them as well as with Hays County where they had jurisdiction. This is really focused on filling gaps in the network, providing safe routes to school. We also heard a lot about that. And then working towards completing that network on the bike plan. Again, we have 9 projects for this that we looked at and ranked out with some balance on the east and west side here, trying to tie into existing facilities. And then we ranked those out as well, again, agnostic to the jurisdiction. Clearly what you can tell here was from a needs-based standpoint, Jack C. Hayes next to the schools ranked out fairly high, but that's also a county project in Mountain City, so it wouldn't be under ETL's jurisdiction. So just wanted to note that's a good example of what we mean. In terms of the project funding strategy, there's a lot of funding sources out there, and what we're trying to do as part of this process is try to match projects that are high ranking based on the criteria of these programs for you guys. Not just throw out a list that says, hey, here's all the things you can do, go figure it out. It's actually working towards, there'll actually be for the high priority projects, we'll actually have a detailed profile that helps set you up where you can apply for a grant at the end of this process. So if you wanted to go try to get some money, 80% match, some programs allow 100% funding, you can do that at the end of this process. So that's what we're working towards here. There's federal grants from the USDOT. There's several different ones that TxDOT administers for safety for those multimodal projects. Those are really good candidates for the transportation alternatives, which is just for ped bike. Campo just finished their call for projects, so it's going to be a few years before they come back out with that. So just missed that a little bit. And then, like traditionally, maybe in several years, if the funding's there or if the appetite's there, bonds are another option to fill some gaps or help with local matches. We have a lot of details on these programs, like what's applicable for projects, a lot of details that'll be in the final report. And then we're going to do that kind of grant matching process for you guys for the top projects. So I'm going to skip through some of those. We have a big matrix that shows the most applicable ones for each of these. Again, which ones are the recommended high priority. So I'll pause here and say this. And the 4 projects that we had based on need and based on being in the city limits and looking at a variety of factors were Bunton Creek Road, which would be from the west of the bond project, going from Philomena over to Lehman Road. It's Roland Lane, which would be widening it from the Yerington extension over to 35, and then hopefully eventually getting an overpass there, working with TxDOT. widening out Seton Parkway, which you might wonder why that would be there, but with Kohler's Crossing coming down from 35, improvements to that were flagged as needed to help with all the folks coming down towards Kyle Parkway. And then lastly, the portion of Sheva Pastrana Senior Road on the east side between Button and FM 150 to connect some other development projects that are occurring. For multimodal projects, the top 4 for that was extending the Daisy Lane shared use path further south by the schools and creating some safe routes there and some safe crossings. We know there's been some unfortunate incidents along some crosswalks there in the last year or two, as well as a shared use path along Kohler's Crossing, one along 1626 in partnership with TxDOT, and then one also in partnership with TxDOT along Veterans Drive from Stagecoach to Center Street, or to Blanco Street, sorry, should I say. So those are the top 8. I'm going to stop there. There's a couple of policies at the very end here, but wanted to take a minute to digest all that. It's been 18 minutes, so hopefully we're going at a decent speed. But wanted to pause and let you guys talk about that piece first.
Does M8, it says FM 150, is that east or west?
East.
East. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools, a lot of activity out there. So.
There is, okay. All right. Any other questions?
I want to finish? Then, okay.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
We can finish the last couple. So one of the cool things that happened during this process is we did identify there's the roundabouts first policy that's we know is now no longer the case. There's an intersection alternatives policy that got passed the ordinance a few weeks ago, and we worked with staff on that to do what is considered now best practice, which is look at all the possible alternatives, figure out what's best, and then go from there. And so we helped staff with some of that, and we're happy to see that there. It doesn't preclude more roundabouts in town, but it just makes sure there's a robust process through that. Other policy recommendations, one of the things that's currently the case is that the currently adopted transportation plan, the cross sections in there don't match what's in your code. And so we're hoping that after this process that's maybe able to be rectified so that the code points to these as the standard for clarity. Another one is that there's been a lot of challenges getting the roadways to extend through developments and continue. And so we've got some stuff that we've marked up for staff in the code as possible areas to help reinforce or strengthen the teeth of the language to make sure that's happening. And then another one that was really important is making sure there's additional right-of-way at those hard corner intersections of thoroughfares. A lot of times the toughest projects are the ones to add a turn lane or to install signal equipment or a roundabout or what have you. And so getting ahead of those things where there's still time to do that as development comes. That was one of those for right-of-way. For shared use paths, clarify what's the difference between a 5 trail and a shared use path, and kind of line that up with the bike plan, and then have some clear criteria for safe crossings of streets and when those are the most appropriate to be used and what kinds of things are best to be used. Last thing, I did not forget this, Councilmember Harris, we talked about this in April. Wanted to talk about sustainability. So some of the things that we think will help sustainability with this plan is just really the emphasis on helping to improve travel options. Even if it's a 1 or 2% or 3% shift of folks that are able to make those short trips by walking or biking to school or what have you will make an impact with emissions and other things. These cross sections are significantly improved in terms of understanding green space, where we want to put trees, where we want to put utilities, where does drainage need to occur, and then really emphasizing on safety for those, whereas the previous ones didn't acknowledge any of those elements. They're just purely where's the road, what's the sidewalk width, and what's the right of way. So we think that'll really help with that. But one of the biggest ones I mentioned earlier is reducing the impervious cover. That's one of the things that's should help with runoff and other issues with flooding, as well as allowing places for pollutants or potential locations like medians where you can have, or those buffers where you can place water quality features like your bioswales that you have over up there on Burleson Street nearby. So that's it, promise. And we can talk about any questions, comments. We'll be back in a month with the final report, but wanted to get y'all's feedback on projects and policies and things like that.
All right, any questions or comments? I'm going to address the bridge.
All right.
And I know you're saying that this is just for right away, but in the amount of emails that we got and the people that showed up, I question whether or not we need right away. I don't know if this is project that our residents want, or even the residents of San Marcos who we share this area with. I have not seen people show up like that in a while, and I think there is a longing to preserve as much as we can. And so I would ask council how they feel about keeping that right away, because eventually we'd have to pay for it and it would be a cost. And is that something that we want to look at as we move forward? Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need to be reserving right-of-way for crossing the Blanco at all. That is basically to encourage development that is not yet there and may never be there. And it is a serious issue related to environmental issues and traffic issues. I don't think the landowner on the west side of the Blanco really is going to have to figure that out and run it down 150 or whatever they need to do for their development if they ever start developing that. I would oppose any bridges over the Blanco in the city limits or ETJ.
Councilmember McKinney.
Can I get somebody on staff to refresh my memory on where this idea for the bridge came from? Is it from a DA that we had? That's what my memory is telling me, and I don't remember
Yes,
100%.
that connection, and we were just talking about this. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 crossings of the Blanco that are contemplated in the development agreement for the Nance Bradshaw development.
And who was going to pay for that?
Well, that was the question I was just asking Jason. I couldn't recall if it was put
We need
back
that
on the
150
city.
bypass.
Yeah, yes.
I don't
or-
have an answer yet. Let me give me a second. I can look and get you that information on who's responsible for it. This project, we met with the developers recently. You remember they requested to change some of the ownership and come out, so they followed up with us. There is actually, based on the DA, there's some concepts in there, and it shows multiple crossings. They were talking about wanting to kind of change their development pattern and going down and just doing one crossing, which I don't think that we really have a big concern, but there's other factors to take into consideration. So fire code is one of them. Fire code requires multiple crossings if you have floodplains to affect rescues. So they may only want one crossing, but depending on how it develops, the fire code and fire department may require a secondary crossing. So just a couple of little nuances there that come into play when we look at these road alignments. As far as right-of-way reservation goes, if we don't reserve the right-of-way, that does not mean that these developments still can't go. They can go and they can plat and they can subdivide, build their own roads. We just then cannot control how wide they need to be, what kind of volumes they need to have. So that's why it's important from a planning side to preserve that right-of-way.
Okay, so you're telling me that a developer may build not one, but 2 bridges?
Yes,
Over the
I'm
Blanco?
gonna look through the DA and see what the concept plans.
Yeah.
I can share that with you.
Well, and the
That is
fire
so
code is
not
kind of
okay.
new information too. Like if they develop, when they develop on that side, will then it become an obligation to have bridges?
Possibly. So right now, the fire code requires, I believe, 2 points of egress once you hit 30 homes in a given area. So that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a bridge across. There could be connections to other routes. They could go other directions without seeing their plan was very conceptual in nature when this was worked on. So obviously that will change in the fine tuning. So it's hard to say how many crossings, but I do know it was at least 2, possibly 3 that were shown on that concept plan.
That's one heck of a development. Because we can't even afford to pay as a city. We had to bond out, to go from 217 to 290 in between the 2 exits. So I wonder how a developer would ever pay for that. Hopefully it's not on the city's back to do that.
I will have that answer in about
Okay.
5 minutes. So.
And we would have to, they can't just put a bridge across the Blanco with us having some involvement in that.
No.
Or the state.
Anytime they
Yeah,
go
the
through the
state.
plotting process, we would see the road alignment. We
The
would review
aquifer.
those construction plans. We are looking at our repairing ordinance and overlay. However, they do have an existing DA, so that may throw some kinks into
That may grandfather them in.
But it wouldn't be something that they would just go and have carte blanche to do anything they want.
Yeah, I think there's some real issues with river authorities. San Marcos River Authority, Blanco River Authority are going to have big problems with those bridges over the Blanco.
Yeah. So if you could just give us that feedback, would be great. I'd be appreciative. I have zero interest in building over the Blanco, and I've seen zero support for that as far as residents, either San Marcos or Kyle. And I always want to make nice with our neighbors. And so if the residents are coming over here and they live on the other side and they're saying, we're not interested in it, you know, we've got to take that into consideration.
That is true. But then again, you're dealing with developers who see a long-term plan to where, you know, like they could be building, they could have a concept, hey, this is the next biggest development out here, prime real estate, you know, hill country, all this area. And that's what they're thinking, you know, and if that means that they say, hey, we can build 2 or 3 bridges, they probably would have the way to be able to figure that out. And so, and of course, it's gonna have to go through its regulations, its river authority, the city, the state and everything else. But I'm sure that there's ways that these developers can say, oh, we've been in this situation in other parts of the state and we can get it done.
If the council's more comfortable removing that section of road from the the mobility plan, we can certainly do that.
Yes.
That would be a great option.
Yes.
Yeah,
That way it just eliminates it right there to
Yeah.
where if their wheels are turning.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So that's called, that was just named Arterial A for this interim draft plan. The schematic for the Yarrington extension, it currently has the crossings at Six Creeks and Cypress, but they're not roads to anywhere to cross. So my question is it okay just to leave those stubs pointing towards the Blanco but not going anywhere on the map? And then just take off the rest of the stuff on the west side for all these crossings?
Because wasn't the original plan for there was to connect 290 and Dripping Springs to come all the way around to where Yarrington would be that big loop?
Correct.
Because that's what it was, is Austin is trying to build 290 to where it connects to Dripping Springs, to where the people out there have a connection to 35. But then again, Yarrington is supposed to be the connector, like a big old Mopac or like a 410 in San Antonio and I-10 for this area, to where it loops around and it connects to 21. Because eventually 21 is going to expand. But if I'm thinking right, 21, well, Yarrington would connect all the way through because I-30 is going to be the next Interstate 35.
Yarrington already connects to 21, I think.
Yeah, but it's going to connect all the way through. I believe 130 is going to be the next major highway that they're building on that side.
You're right, Mayor Pro Tem, and it was contemplated to be a loop around Kyle, essentially. I think what we could do is remove that road, and then we could identify maybe a terminus that makes sense for the plan. When we bring that back to y'all, you could take a look at that and give us feedback on when you're adopting it.
That comes through La Cima. One of those crossings would come through La Cima and Six Creeks.
I'm not sure on that, council member.
Yeah, just the two that are identified of Yarrington is Six Creeks and Cypress.
I thought so.
That's the two.
Yeah.
Because the other one was to be having another connector from the city to connect 150 to go over, there was a bridge there. That would have went by Mrs. Maxwell's house in Sledge Chapel Church.
Yeah.
Where those people were like, because that was when Scott brought it to us back in 21, there was going to be that big connector. That
That's
was
the
gonna come
150
through.
realignment, which you just now called the Yarrington. So they're not going on First Street anymore? Is that what it was? Are they going to go down a little bit further?
Yeah, it's just the blue line right here on the map
Burleson.
from
Yeah,
150 down to 35. Kind of that meandering route. That's the Yarrington extension, formerly 150 realignment. Yeah.
Okay.
And that does not cross the Blanco.
No.
Yeah, I think we'd like to have that removed.
Okay.
I'd appreciate it.
There were articles from 2017 that described it as being one bridge. That was going to be about $30 million that was going to be bid out by the city in 2025. It is going to be built on the Nance Bradshaw Ranch property from Hilliard Road to Cypress Road. So I'm just kind of giving you information that was published at this time. And it looks like it was only one, but it was going to be a multi-lane with bicycle and multi-use paths. It was, and Campo was involved in it, so.
Do we know what's, Mark? What do you know?
Not even a part of our conversation.
Yeah, maybe we can get an update. Maybe you can talk to Campo and say, hey, where did we drop the ball? What's going on? It's good to know in 2017 it was going to be 30 million. It is, and it was supposed to be built last year.
Yeah, so that's just some background.
Okay, no, I appreciate that.
There's also, I think, a lawsuit still that's pending from
Save
Save
Our
Our Springs
Springs.
on that property, so.
Bill Alshire,
Yep.
that genius.
We have, yeah, he's right here.
You're smart too. You're smart too. I just I appreciate that.
So I'm going to shout out to Bobby for the thank you. He gave us quick access to the location of the DA with the language.
Yes.
So the developer is funding design and construction of the road as a collector, but it does not include the bridge. So that would fall on the city. Also, if the city requests a road larger than a collector, which typically a collector is kind of residential level, if we're looking for a larger road, then that would be reimbursed via TERS. So there is no TERS on the property now, but the DA does contemplate it.
Thank you.
Add this to one more thing that I don't like about these West Side DAs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good timing. So yeah, I say take it off. So that would be on the back of the taxpayers.
100%?
Yeah. Or AKA the city's money.
We push for that DA, and that's fine for everyone else.
Okay. So are we still on the hook for that?
Yes, that DA is currently, but it is something because they want to come to the table and renegotiate some of those things that they actually are asking for higher density. And so we can talk to them about, fixing that or telling them that we need to address this.
Yeah.
So
If we just don't pass a bond, a CO or a GO bond to fund it, I mean, 30 million, we'd have to go GO.
Oh, that was in 2017.
Yeah.
So we're probably looking at
60
90
million.
Probably
and
looking at 100 million.
Whatever it would be now, we'd have to go GO on that. And I don't think that would pass. I can't imagine that would pass.
Well, first, we would have to resolve the SOS litigation.
Yes,
So
Good.
we might not even get there.
yeah.
Those SOS, they are stubborn. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, so I say we take it off the map for now, because, I mean, we cannot feasibly pay for that, even if,
would you, do you mind making a motion and
Yes,
we'll
I
get it
would,
on the record? That'd be
I think you
great.
called it a Pier A, or what did you say?
Arterial A.
Arterial A, okay.
Can I clarify before you make a motion, though?
Yes.
There's two different roads. One's going to San Marcos and one's going up. So there's Arterial A connecting down to Lime Kiln, which goes into San Marcos, and then Lime Kiln would also probably come off, which is contemplated to connect over to the blue line.
So it would be Arterial A that connects to Lime Kiln?
Correct, and then I would remove the Lime Kiln extension as well as part of your motion, and any other crossings at the
That's
Blanco
what I
River.
was thinking too.
And
as
any
well.
other,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
For simplicity, we could just say any crossings in that section of the Blanco.
Yeah, that's all four, yeah.
So any,
Crossings in the Blanco.
okay.
The Kyle section of the Blanco.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to delete, is that what I would say, any crossings that goes over the Blanco?
Second.
I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Harris. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're adjourned.